So hello everyone and welcome to our Fearless New Year Summit for January. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a little PowerPoint that I put together. And I guarantee you this is going to be a fantastic day. We have a lineup of amazing speakers sharing their fearless stories. And what I know for sure is that when a woman shares her fearless story, she gives another woman permission to do the same. And maybe you've sat in a live fearless audience before, or you've attended one of these events, and then maybe now you're speaking at one of those events. Most of our speakers come from attending a fearless event. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that more as to how you want to, if you ever want to share your fearless story, how you go about doing that. But gosh, you know, for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us. Not just listening to it, but paying attention for it. And most of all, acting upon it. And oh boy, isn't that the scary part, taking the action. Because we know it. We hear that divine guidance, that still small voice in us, that women's intuition, that knowingness, that inner knowingness to do something, to try something, to just go for it. But it's often the fears, the doubts, and the worries that get in our way from living our greatest and best life. And that's what I love the most about Fearless Summits, is that we see all these amazing women who share their fearless stories and what they're doing now because of it. You know, how they decided to step outside of their own fear and comfort zone to live the life of their dreams, and knowing that that's available for every single woman that's out there. One Woman is an organization that connects women for the greater good of all women in this world. We believe that every woman has a dream, and that every girl has a dream. And we all have the right to realize that dream. Sometimes we just need a little help. And that's what Fearless Summits are all about, is to be inspired to live the life of your dreams. And also to find your people to help you, to support you, to encourage you, to be able to live that ultimate life. We don't always have that around us, but that's what One Woman was created for, is to be your cheering team, to be your support network, to connect you with the person or people that you need to get you to where you want to go. Maybe you'll find your person today through one of those speakers. Most women do this work in different areas and fields as a living. You know, they've decided to turn their passion and purpose into their ultimate business. And maybe that's your big goal and dream for this year. Whatever it is that you have, you know, feel free to type in the chat one big goal that you have for this year. Maybe it's starting a business. Maybe it's growing your business. Maybe it's hitting a certain financial marker for this year that you always dreamed of doing, double or tripling your sales from last year. Maybe it's applying for a new position in your workplace that you want to be able to, you know, advance in your career. Maybe you want to go back to school. Maybe you're wanting to try something different, step out of what you were always doing and try something new. Maybe you have a health or wellness goal this year. Maybe you're wanting to get into the best shape of your life or run that marathon or half marathon. Maybe you want to get closer to God. Maybe your goal is in the area of spirituality. Boy, that was my goal last year. My only goal that I really had was I just wanted to get closer to God. I've always been a very spiritual girl. I've always been divinely connected, and I've always, you know, really followed that in my life. And then Lisa, if you could just turn off your sound and video, that would be great. Thanks so much. But I've always been divinely connected, but I just felt like, hey, you know what? I can get even closer. Never did I realize that that goal of saying, I just want to get closer to God would be realized as dying last year. I wanted to get close, but not that close. And I can look back and I can laugh at it now, but honestly, on September 27th of last year, I actually died at a pulmonary embolism causing cardiac arrest. It actually, the blood clot stopped my heart for a full 2 minutes. And I got so close that I knocked on God's door firsthand, but you know, it just wasn't my time. And that I had more things to do in this world, and I totally understand and get it now. But what I know for sure from that experience is that I left with no regrets. I've always lived my life. I left fear behind a long time ago, and I stepped out and let go of what was Charlotte possible and stepped into what was God possible for my life. It's created what is One Woman. And That connects 500,000 women right around the world. Who knew one little girl from Northwestern Ontario could do something so big in this world? I often wonder, for every woman who ever attends a Fearless Summit, what could you do if you just decided one day to look into the mirror and say, hey, you know what? I know that everything that I want is on the other side of fear. And today I decide that I'm not going to be scared anymore. Fear, doubt, worry, stress, well, those things just don't exist in the spirit world and on the other side. I know that because I've been there. Those are things that we create as humans, spiritual beings having human experience to keep us safe. And in many ways, they do serve us. We look both ways before crossing the street, but in so many ways, they keep us small from realizing our greatest life, from living a joy of love and happiness and abundance and, fun. We get stuck in the ho-hum of every day, the mediocre life, just existing. Sometimes we start living our lives for other people, forgetting what our big goals and dreams are. And we have this precious life. What do you want to do with it? What are your big goals and dreams for this year? I'm not a big believer in New Year's resolutions. I believe that you can make a decision to change your life any second of any day. And maybe today is the day that you decide that everything you want is on the other side of fear and that you're not going to be scared anymore. That there's so much power in everything that's ever happened to you, the good, the bad, and yes, even the ugly, that everything was preparing you for what was next. Our job is to just give it permission to step into it and to listen to that divine guidance. As the great Martin Luther King Jr. said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase, just take the first step. And maybe today, if you listen to that still small voice, you'll hear exactly what the first right step is, or the next right step as you listen to these amazing speakers today. My fearless story and that path really came to me through entrepreneurship. I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. And, it's no surprise that today I empower women to build massively successful businesses in developed and developing countries. And what that can look like, for each woman, it's very different as to what kind of business that you'd like to have. And a lot of women do have these gifts and skills and talents, but lots of times we feel we need to give those away, as opposed to, hey, maybe that's your divine calling in this world, and that you can turn it into a business. And that you can live your dream life, turning that into a business and making the impact that you want to make. I had various businesses. I always say I became an entrepreneur by accident. I was busy climbing the corporate ladder at the Canada Revenue Agency, which if you're a Canadian, you know exactly what that is. And if you're an American, well, that would be an equivalent to your IRS. And oh boy, gosh, fun job, I tell you. All the people just waiting for your calls every day, the thank you cards. No, there's none of that, of course. Nobody ever wants to hear from the tax department, but it was a good, sensible job. It had pension and benefits and vacation time and all the things that my parents wanted for me. But it really never did stimulate, my creative side and, my heart to help people in this world. And that's what I realized is so many women that we work with have these heart-centered businesses to really make a difference and an impact in this world. And you can definitely do that through entrepreneurship. I've had various businesses. Started my first business after I had an accident and I could no longer sit for long periods of time at work. And I thought, what can I do that, brings me joy and that I can do when I'm feeling well and all that kind of stuff. And I started my first business. And oh boy, I discovered that I had an entrepreneurship bug, that it just ran in my blood, that I was born to be an entrepreneur. And that's not something that was ever taught to me in school. I took business in school, but it was always expected that you just work for somebody else. But I've built and grown massively successful businesses over the years. A lot I built and sold, went on to doing something else. And it was in 2012 that I started a company called Keynote Events. And the first thing that was on the top of my list when I created that business is that I wanted a business that made a difference. And I wanted a business that I could do from anywhere because I love traveling the world. And, creating an event management company allowed me to do that. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life, working with some of the most famous people around the world. I've had the pleasure of working with Food Network stars, HGTV stars, Dragons from Dragon's Den, Sharks from Shark Tank, Hay House authors, New York Times bestselling authors, you name it. You know, I was able to put on massive events that did make an impact. Made an impact on the people who attended, but all those events were tied to partner charities. I was able to cut big checks like the one you see on the screen to Canadian Cancer Society for a one-day event that raised over $338,000. In the course of, you know, the 7 or 8 years that I ran that business, I was able to donate over $2 million to charities that I loved. You know, if you could make the amount of money that you want to make in your business, what kind of impact that could you make on those that you want to serve, but also in the ways that you want to give? Now I do that through One Woman. In 2015, I just volunteered my time to put on an event. You know, it was something that was important to me. It was an event that was a youth event that inspired youth to change the world. And I wanted to be involved. And I helped to put on this event, and I had no idea that that charity would invite me to go to see the work that they were doing in developing countries. So off I went to the Amazon rainforest in 2015, and I just assumed we'd be building a school or digging a well, or maybe creating a health clinic in a community. But when I got there, I found out that we were building a women's empowerment center. And oh boy, did they have my attention then, because I'd been empowering women my whole life. And I couldn't wait to enter into this community, but I was very heavy-hearted when I saw the surroundings, that women had no access to clean drinking water, that they had to walk miles in order to fetch water just to be able to provide and cook for their families. You know, no electricity, that the nearest clinic was hours away, that if something serious was to happen, there's a pretty good chance that you're just not going to make it. And I had such a heavy heart. But as I got to know these women, I realized that what's important to women is the same, no matter where you are in the world, is that we do all have a dream. You know, these women made beautiful, amazing handcrafted items that, you know, the organization would sell to the world, that would empower those women to be financially independent. And what I know for sure is that nothing empowers a woman more than financial independence. That when she has that financial independence, she has choices in this world, and that she can live a better life for herself, for her family, and for her community around her. You know, I left that Amazon rainforest 12 days afterwards, and I really got to know those ladies. And I thought, gosh, you know, I could leave here and I could go home and I can tell some really great stories of, you know, being in the Amazon, working with these amazing women, learning about their big goals and dreams, surviving tarantulas in the Amazon rainforest. Or I could go home and I can create an organization that brings women together for the greater good of all women in this world. And that's what I did. One Woman now connects about 500,000 women right around the world. I did that all in the course of about 2 years, and I did it all from my kitchen table. You don't need anything fancy. Sometimes we overcomplicate our big goals and dreams, wondering how they're ever going to happen for us. Your job isn't to figure out the how. The divine has already done that for you. You just need to give it permission and to step into that first right step. For me, it was telling some friends that this is what I want to do. One of those friends just happened to own a media company and said, hey, Charlotte, I'd love to donate a website to you. Let's get this rocking. Let's get this going. And the rest is history. Gosh, I had a background in event planning. I thought, well, maybe I could put on events that give a platform for women to shine, to share their fearless stories, to step into their big goals and dreams. I had no idea how that was going to turn out. I always put on events for famous people, people that, you know, were well known in this world. Here I was putting on events that for talented, amazing, powerful women and speakers, but not necessarily that they were famous. I started with the first event in Calgary in 2018 with a cross-Canada tour spanning over 15 cities from coast to coast, from Vancouver to St. John's, Newfoundland. And every single one of those events sold out. It then brought us to doing events across the United States, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand. Who knew? Well, God always knew. My job was just to follow it, to step into it. And even when the pandemic hit, when travel was taken away and large gatherings, well, we pivoted online. We started doing world summits. And the fact that it opened doors for women to be able to attend no matter where you are in the world, that those 500,000 women could come together listen to fearless stories and be inspired. Well, how amazing was that? Well, we're back on the road again, doing events again. But of course, we'll always do these World Summits because there's gifts in everything that happens to us, even when we don't see it. You know, that's the thing, is often in our darkest moments in our life that God is doing his best work. So what I know for sure is that one woman can change the world. And what I know for sure is that woman is you. You have gifts and talents and abilities in you that are divinely placed in you. There has never been anyone like you, and there never will be anyone like you ever again. So what are you going to do with those? What does that look like for you? That's the exciting part. These are some of the amazing women that I've been able to work with. And these are just the work in developing countries. These aren't pictures of our Fearless Summits, but it's thousands of women. And these women and girls are who inspire me the most. I always want every woman to jump out of bed every morning excited about their life. You know, and sometimes it's the fact of not knowing, hey, what's going on, but that's the best part. You know, this is an exciting journey. You should be excited about your life every single day. And so what happens when you start living that fearless life? Well, gosh, you know, I've had so many amazing things happening, you know, since I started this back in 2015, 2016, doing fearless events, meeting amazing women from around the world, hearing fearless stories, going to develop countries, seeing the work that we do firsthand and how it impacts the lives of women and girls globally. But there's a lot of hidden surprises along the way. And I always say that's the best part of living a fearless life, is you have all these amazing surprises that just happen. I had no idea that one day I'd meet one of my biggest role models, which is Malala. You know, here's a girl who stood up for girls' education in Pakistan, you know, like standing up against the Taliban and speaking out about the rights of girls' education and how angry she was that they were trying to stop girls from going to school, destroying and, you know, burning down schools. And she would speak to the BBC silently, but of course, word got out. And one day the Taliban stops her school bus and says, "Who is Malala?" And everybody turned to look at Malala, and she took a bullet in the head for what she believed in, what she was so passionate about. And it inspires me so much that there's women out there who are so passionate about what they do that they will be willing to do anything to make sure that they realize that in their lifetime. And I got to meet her. It was absolutely amazing. I also was contacted to be on national news right across Canada. And she sent me an email, a DM through my Facebook page. They said, "Charla, we love what you're doing to empower women and girls around the world. We want to get that out to all Canadians. We'd love for you to come down to our Scarborough studio and be interviewed on national news." Now, I thought this was spam because who messages somebody through their private Facebook page to be on national news? Now, to be honest, I barely watch the news because, well, it's just too scary for me. So I Googled this Angie Seth lady, and lo and behold, it was true. She was an anchor with CTV News. And so I emailed her, I sent her a message back, and I said I would love to do that. And the following day I was on national news. Who knew, you know, just following a crazy dream would turn into, you know, such a global movement. And then not once, but twice was I invited to meet the one and only Oprah Winfrey. And I think that that's sometimes a big goal and dream for a lot of people, that there's somebody that they really would like to meet in their life to be able to say, "Hey, thank you for creating a path for empowering women in this world," or for what it is that is important for you. But that was the beautiful part is, you know, in 2019, I worked with 2 first-class graduates from the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls. They spoke on almost all of our fearless stages. And they truly were a shining example of, you know, the work that we do in terms of educating girls in this world. And that when you educate a girl, that she can realize her big goals and dreams. I had no idea that it would bring me to meeting the one and only Oprah Winfrey. So how do we do the work that we do? Well, gosh, of course, we do fearless summits and online events and different things that empower women, especially in developing countries, to be able to speak, to be able to teach, to be able to be inspired, to be able to learn. You know, we do all of those things. But of course, we do amazing work in developing countries as well, because we believe that no woman should ever be left behind. So we empower women through entrepreneurship. We know there's a lot of women who struggle in developing countries that don't always have choices, wind up in trafficking or horrific situations. And we never want women to have to endure those things. And we know that when women come together, that we can stop these things in the world. So we help women start various types of businesses. And maybe the business that you want to start isn't necessarily a goat business, but maybe for a woman in Africa or in Southeast Asia, a goat could change her life, get her financially independent, help her to be able to send her own kids to school. Those are the things that each of us want is, we don't need somebody to do it for us. We just need a little help to get there. And so we'll buy goats or chickens or various different things to help women to start their own business, to gain that financial independence so that they too can live the life of their dreams. We also empower women through skills training. We know that it might just be some skills that they need to be able to get a job or to start their own business. One of those programs that we run is with one of our partner charities in Rwanda and Uganda, which help women with sewing skills. They learn how to sew. We provide them with a brand new sewing machine afterwards. And so a lot of those women go on to start cooperatives. They'll sew school uniforms or make things to sell in the market. And they're well on their way to financial independence, which we hope for every woman in this world. We do various skills training through a lot of our partner charities, a little different though with the ones we do in Indonesia, which gives girls between the ages of 17 and 25, young women, I should say, skills in the hospitality industry, that they can gain employment and that they're not vulnerable to sex trafficking. Because the thing is that in a lot of developing countries, that unless you get married and have another boy, man, his family to take care of you, you are at risk to be trafficked. And so it gives girls the opportunity to be able to gain skills so that they can find a job and take care of themselves. And of course, we empower girls through education. We believe that education is the ultimate equalizer in this world, and that every girl should have the right to go to school. In so many countries around the world, education just isn't free. And so girls are often the last chosen to ever be able to see the inside of that classroom. And we want to make those changes so that every girl has access to education. We send girls to school for all levels of education, from primary and elementary school to secondary and even post-secondary studies. We have girls in university right now. And so, to whatever level that they want to go to school to realize their dreams, we love helping and supporting them to do that. So how do we do that? All that great work is we do that through our One Woman memberships. And I want to thank you for all the amazing women out there who support the work that we do. And it always seems like it's such a big issue out there and a big problem as to how can we change that. But when women come together, it becomes, as the whole saying goes, many hands make lighter work. And we believe in, you give somebody a fish, you feed them for a day, you teach someone to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. So all the activities we do are empowerment activities that help women to help themselves. And so when we come together through our memberships, we pool these resources together to be able to help women start businesses, gain employment skills, and help girls go to school. And so our One Woman memberships is what make that possible. And I just want to say thank you to all of our amazing members. And for those who are interested in becoming a member, we do have a couple tiers of membership. Our first is our Inspired membership, and it's $20 US a month. And basically we use those, we pool it together to be able to do all those things that I talked about. But there's always perks to you as well. We believe in always a win-win situation. So you're always getting an update as to how those ladies and how those girls are doing in their big goals and dreams. You get member pricing to events, you get a member listing on our website so you can connect with amazing other members right around the world. We do a feature story about you that we share, so you can submit that at any time and be able to connect with amazing other members right around the world and for them to get to know you better. There's trip opportunities, which since the pandemic, those have been put on hold, but we're hoping to be able to go back and to be able to visit our women and girls soon. Gosh, one of my girls is getting married at the end of this month, and it just makes me so sad that I just can't be there for her wedding day. But we'll be back to doing trip opportunities when it's safe to do that. And we travel to various countries across Africa, Southeast Asia, and South America. a One Woman Rafiki bracelet. And so these are beaded by our mamas in Kenya. And they're just a wonderful reminder of just the power of the gifts and skills and talents that you have to make an impact in the world, and just how we're all connected to be able to make a difference. And of course, so much more. We're always posting different things to our One Woman Connected page as to what members can get involved in. And then we added our empowered membership last year. And the thing is that when the pandemic hit, I got a lot of emails from women, especially women in business, that were really struggling with their business. And so we created a membership just for our business members to really be able to help them, especially in the area of marketing and getting their word out there. Because that was one of the things they were struggling with the most, is that there was no live opportunities anymore for them to be able to, get their message out there. And so it's opportunities to be able to speak at One Woman events around the world, whether those are virtual events or live events. You can join our One Woman Speakers Bureau, which if you're wanting to be a speaker and a paid speaker, we get emails all the time of different organizations and schools that are looking for female empowerment speakers on various topics. And so we love making those connections with speakers. You can facilitate One Woman Empowerment Academy workshops and webinars. And so if you like to teach, if you like to share your gifts and skills to help other women, it's your opportunity to be able to do that. You can host your own One Woman live show. So we have our One Woman Connected page where we post shows and different things like that. And so we get those out to the world that you can share, what you're doing with others. You can advertise and promote your business through our network and following of over 400,000 women around the world, which, if your target market is women, we have a pretty great network to be able to reach. And it's a great way to be able to connect women with what they're needing, whether that's in their life or in their business. You have access to One Woman Empowered webinars to learn how to grow and be massively successful in your business. A lot of those webinars are around building and growing a successful business, but we also have webinars that help with personal skills as well as professional skills. One of the ones that's coming up later this month is how to get on a TEDx stage, which is a lot of goals that a lot of women that we work with have, is to get on a TEDx stage. We have a TEDx curator. She puts on one of the TEDx events on the East Coast of the US. And she's going to be talking about all those things as to how to apply and how to get noticed and how to be chosen. And so those are the kind of webinars that we put on throughout the year. We have business loans. We're able to partner with Clearbank, which is run by Michelle Romanoff. She's a dragon from Dragon's Den. And, she believes in female entrepreneurship. She became a multimillionaire by the time she was 35 years old. She's created a company that was sold to Groupon for 8 figures. And so she's a big proponent of female entrepreneurship and helping women build and grow and scale successful businesses. And we're lucky to partner with her to be able to help our ladies to get the capital that they need to build and grow successful businesses. And of course, so many other things. So I will post those links in the chat shortly. And so if there's anything that you're wanting to join in terms of our membership, that's the link to do that. Our next World Summit, mark your calendars, is Saturday, March the 26th. That event has a couple of speaking spaces left in it. I know one of them went this morning, but I still think I have 1 or 2 left. So if you're interested in speaking at that event, make sure you apply early. And I will post the link in the chat after I'm done as to how to apply to speak as well. But that event is going on Saturday, March 26th. We also have live events at the end of February in San Francisco and in San Jose. And so I do have a speaking space, at least in one of those events. I'm not sure if in both, but if you go to the speaker's application, it will show you the cities that still have a speaking space left for this year. The next thing I want to talk about is 100 Most Powerful Women. And that's something I do alongside the one and only Jackie Somerville, who you're going to hear from later today, where we work with women to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions. And so we coach and mentor 100 women each year to build, grow million and multi-million dollar companies, to make the impact that they want to make, and that you don't have to compromise your health and well-being in the meantime. That, financial freedom allows you to live the life of your dreams. If you want to spend more time with your family, if you're wanting to, take them on family trips and vacations, if you're wanting to, hire a private chef or a personal trainer, or all those things that allow you to have the life of your dreams while building a successful business. We don't believe in the hustle and grind. We believe in, using the divine energy and flow of the universe to create a massively successful business. And that, it should be fun in the process. So you're going to hear from Jackie a little bit later, where she's going to talk a little bit more about 100 Most Powerful Women. But the difference between this and, say, one of the memberships is that you're actually working with Jackie and I. The other ones are kind of network connecting, marketing opportunities. This one here is actually being mentored, knowing step by step how to build a massively successful business and learning from two massively successful entrepreneurs. As I said before, we all need a little help to get to where we want to go. We don't always have all the answers. And we know that entrepreneurship can be a lonely road, that sometimes you just feel so alone. And we never want women to feel alone. Now, 100 Most Powerful Women is filled right now for kicking off the new year with our 100 ladies. But we do have spaces coming up throughout the year, and we stagger our intakes throughout the year so that we can do our best job with working with our ladies. Because, building $1 million business is us working very intently with you to be able to do that. We want to make sure we have the time to be able to spend with each of our members, so we stagger that throughout the year. So I'm going to post the link in the application, or the link for the application, in the chat as well, that if you want to be considered as part of our 100 Most Powerful Women sometime during this year, make sure you fill out the application. But we did create something for next week to be able to help you kickstart your year and build and grow a massively successful business in 2022. On Tuesday, we'll have a free webinar called Pivot Your Passion into Profit. And so whether you're wanting to start a business, but you're not too sure what it is, or whether you've already started that business, but maybe not realizing, the revenue and the profit that you're wanting to achieve, we're going to give you some tips, some tricks, advice, our biggest secrets to success that you can implement into your business for this year and be massively successful. So that's coming up on Tuesday, and I'll also share the link for it. So how do you stay connected and learn about all the things that's going on with One Woman so that you're not missing out on any great events, webinars, anything that we have going on, knowing when there's speakers opportunities? Well, the first thing I'm going to say is join our One Woman Connected page on Facebook. It's a group page. It's absolutely free to join that, and it keeps you in the loop of all the things that's going on. So click on over to Facebook, type in One Woman Connected, ask to become a member. I'll approve your membership to there. And it's a great way to meet amazing women around the world and also stay in the loop as to what's going on. The last thing I want to mention is, well, speakers, I talked about that already. But is our newsletter. So if you go to the onewoman.ca website, you can sign up for our newsletter there, and we send out newsletters that tell you everything that's going on as well. So if you kind of want to be first in the loop and know what's going on, we are always sending out newsletters to tell you as to what's happening and how you can get involved. It also has a contact button on there where those emails come directly to me. So if there's anything that you're ever needing, sometimes you're just needing a little bit of advice or being pointed in the right direction or connected to somebody who can help you. I know thousands, in fact, hundreds of thousands of women in this world. I guarantee you that, if one woman can't help you, I know somebody who can help you. And that's what we're here for, is to help women live the life of their dreams, build successful businesses, go confidently on their path, And so we're always here for you. And I want to make sure you know that. So I didn't change my screen. I have the right screen up thing. This is Philip Women's Summit 2021. We're in 2022 now, but that's okay. So I'm going to introduce our first amazing speaker for today. So Clara, if you want to turn on your sound and video, and I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. Hi, Clara. How are you?
Thank you. I am doing well. Thank you so much for being here. What an honor to be alongside on the stage with so many of these amazing women.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be a fantastic day. Where are you joining us from today, Clara?
I am in between Boulder and Denver in Colorado today.
Woohoo, kicking it off in Colorado.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Clara, and then you can take it away. So as an international speaker and best-selling author, Clara has helped women in business for over 20 years grow stronger and gain immediate traction in moving their personal and professional lives forward. Please welcome the amazing Clara Capano.
Thank you so much. I was just in awe as I was listening to all the things that you were saying, not just because of the impact, but, some of the comments that, women that are fearless are not afraid to do the work. Sometimes we just need a little bit of help. And that was something that I have definitely learned on my journey, is that we are so much stronger when we come together. So being able to be on stage with so many amazing women and knowing that we are all here to share so that each of us can step into our greatness is just truly an honor. So thank you, Charlotte, Jackie, and everybody else that is putting this together. What I want to talk about today is success, and success not just in business, but also in our personal lives. Because the truth is, when we're talking about being fearless, if we want to be successful, we got to be a little fearless as we go through things. So I want to start off our talk today by really sharing a story with you about a little girl who learned the secrets behind not just showing up smarter, but learning how to go after success on her terms. So this little girl wanted to be successful. That was always her big dream. And for her, coming from a family of huge overachievers, she defined success in conjunction with hard work, meaning that all she had to do was work really hard and the success would follow. So that's what she did. During school, she would excel in all the advanced placement classes. She would take all the extracurricular activities that she possibly could, writing for the newspaper. She was doing all of those things to lay that foundation of success. When she graduated high school, she went straight into college and graduated with 2 degrees in 4 years, and then immediately jumped into a successful career in real estate. She landed on a team that was doing over 500 transactions a year, and she loved it. By the age of 26, in her mind, she had made it. She had the car, she had the house, she had the title, she had all the clothes. But what she wasn't paying attention to is a few other things that she had. Because in addition to all of those things, she developed ulcers. She had severe depression and anxiety. She was borderline suicidal. And she was going through her first divorce. She had been so focused on checking off all the boxes that she wasn't paying attention to the impact that living according to other people's definition of success and how that was impacting her. You might be wondering, who is this girl? Well, yes, this girl is me. And I was living on that hamster wheel. I was living by looking at what society found to be successful and how I could fit into that mold. The reason that we need to start paying attention to this is because burnout and living on this hamster wheel actually equates to over 120,000 deaths a year. And companies are spending over $2 billion in health costs to take care of their employees that are battling burnout. There has got to be a better way. So you would think that being able to recognize these things at the age of 26, that I would learn my lesson, but I didn't. I kept on the cycle, and I did what most women do, is we say we're having a bad day, we have the ugly cry, we grab the bottle of wine and maybe some Ben and Jerry's, and we go in and we say, it's gonna pass and I'm just gonna go on. And that's what I did. Not just one more time, but 2 more times. I went on the cycle of checking off the boxes and changing success, not paying attention to the fact that I was empty, I was lost, I was confused, I was sad, and I was further and further away from this vision of who it was I really wanted to be. My wake-up moment came when I was 35 years old. My son had just been born, and by this point in time, he was just a couple of years old. I had now gone through my second divorce. I was working around the clock, and it was all about, again, achieving, because if people knew everything that I could achieve, they would know I was successful. And then one night when I was working, Nicholas came to me, and all he wanted to do was show me a picture that he had drawn in school that day. And being that I was in the middle of something, I lightly acknowledged him and I said, yeah, I'll look at that in a minute. Mommy's working right now. And he took my phone out of my hand and he said, Mommy, you are not paying attention to me. Mommy, you're not paying attention to me. And boy, was he right. Because here it was, the relationship that meant the most to me. And I couldn't even be present to share a picture that he had drawn and was so proud of. Because as I was going after this vision of success, which I thought was what I was supposed to do, because I was building a life, I was building this business, I was building something that I could be so proud of. But what I had to really do was start to be honest. And when I looked in the mirror, I realized I did not like who I was looking at. I was absent from every aspect of my life, personally and professionally. I was unhealthy. I was mentally a mess. And if I didn't get a handle on things quickly, it was going to keep crumbling. So it was in this moment that I had a decision to make. Was I going to simply go and have another cycle of ugly crying in Ben and Jerry's? Or was this going to be a time where I really took all this to heart and I decided to change? What I decided to do was to redefine what success was going to look like for me. I decided to show up and start to take control of success on my terms and go after what it meant to work smarter. This was an acronym of SMART that I learned early on in my career by one of my mentors, but I never really knew what it really meant or how to put it into my business. But now is the time that it made the most sense. So what did it mean for me to show up smart? You see, a smart woman is strategic. We go into our weeks and we identify what are the best things and the most important things that we need to focus on. We go and we connect to our why. And for me, the things that are most important to me is how I spend my time, how I build quality relationships, and how I deliver value and impact. So everything I do strategically ties back to those. Every opportunity, every training, every speaking, it ties back to, is this going to feed in to supporting me in my time, my relationships, and impacting the world? I measure what I do because the truth is not everything works the way it's supposed to work. So I look at the items I'm doing and I measure them. Are they having the impact? Am I getting the results that I want? Because I don't want to keep doing things that aren't going to be giving me the desired results. I take action. But the truth is, it is not about doing everything. It is about doing the right things. And this is the number one thing I see with women is we say yes to too many things and we run ourselves ragged and we get on that hamster wheel and we can't find a way off. So now I don't do everything. I say no to many things, going back to, are they fitting in to my core values? It is not that I say no in a mean way, but I build on my networks. I build on my referral sources. So if I cannot take on doing the action, I have other people in my circle that can help. I've learned the importance of rest and recovery because the truth is I cannot serve others if I am not taking care of myself. So sleep, exercise, meditation, taking vacations. This is something that I had never done before. Whenever I took vacation, I always had my phone or my computer with me. This changed because we truly cannot serve. It's that old saying of when you're on a plane. If the oxygen masks come down, you need to put it on yourself first. In addition to that, I heard the other day that with our heart pumps blood to our heart first, because if our heart is not strong, it can't pump blood to all the other organs. So we have got to start understanding that rest and recovery is not selfish. It is the most selfless thing we can do. And that's how we truly learn to serve. And then also learning that time is an investment. And where do I want to be investing my time? Where do I want to be so I can sit back at the end of the days and know that it was all truly worth it? And as I started to show up smart, as I started to work these, I realized I could be more successful than I ever dreamed of. Yes, I still work hard, but I also live. I work with the right clients now rather than just a bunch of clients. I have control over the decisions that I make and how I spend my time. I know what really works. I know where I excel and I know where I don't excel. And I focus on all of those areas. And showing up smarter has given me so many gifts in return. I have the most amazing relationship with my son right now. He is now 16. And the other night we were talking, and he even said, I love talking with you, Mom. I love being able to share all these experiences with you. I was able to go and get my master's degree in organizational leadership so I can put that into everything that I do and impact and serve on either a higher level. Every year I have two sisters, and every year we take a sister trip. We go off the grid, and all we do is we find cities that we can eat and shop our way through. And that's where we go. And we've been all over the world. I spend time with my parents. I am so fortunate that both of my parents are still alive. My father is 91 and my mother is 81. And I am able to go and spend time with them about every 6 weeks and be able to really get that quality time. And my business, I have been recognized internationally as an award-winning educator, speaker, and author. So where when I was working accidentally and going after all those check boxes, I was depressed, lonely, lost, and empty, I am so full in my life right now. And taking these gifts is how I impact, because every day it is not about where can I speak today? It is not about can I get a contract? It is about who can I motivate and inspire today? And in learning all of these things, I have redefined how I show up and how I view success. For me, success is no longer about checking off those boxes. I ask myself 3 questions at the end of each day. I ask myself, did I show love today? Did I inspire today? And did I contribute positively to the world today? Because if I can truly say yes to those 3 items, it was a successful day. So I am here to tell you, if you are living on the hamster wheel, you are not alone. Be aware of it. Come back and get clear. What is your vision? Redefine your definition of success and what it means to truly serve, inspire, and connect. Start creating success on your terms, because I promise you, when you get clear on what success really means to you, you will not have to go out there chasing success. Success will actually find you. So if you want to get in touch with me, again, I am here to motivate, inspire, and serve other women. I help them learn what it means for them to redefine success, get clear on their visions, step into their greatness. And it has been the most incredible journey I've been on. So again, Charlotte, thank you so much for allowing me to be here with everyone today. I know there's going to be so many more inspiring messages.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Clara, for sharing, and what a great way and a great message to kick off the day for sure. So that's my dogs. I don't know what they see or hear out there, but it's always entertaining. Okay, so Clara, if you have any links that you want to drop in the chat, feel free to do that. And it's your opportunity to be able to stay connected with Clara, because she's an incredible lady, and that's definitely a great lesson for all of us in terms of, as we're building and growing successful businesses or doing things in our lives, is that we don't lose sight of the things that's most important to us. So I want to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. So Angie, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Hi, Angie.
Hello.
How are you today?
Good. Wonderful.
Awesome. And where are you joining us from?
I am joining from Antalya, Turkey.
Woohoo! Awesome stuff. Yes, Angie was originally supposed to speak at our Calgary event in November. Well, it was supposed to be before that, but then I died and we had to postpone things. But then she went to Turkey, and so now she's speaking here. So that's even more exciting. So I've just got to grab my speaker notes. I moved over to my office. Give me two seconds. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Sorry, ladies, I was multitasking. Some people needed the link for today, so I had to do that for my office. So I'm going to introduce Angie, and then she can take it away. But I do want to mention that we're going to give away some amazing prizes today. And those are for the amazing women who woke up early, or some of you may be somewhere that you're here and it's the middle of the night. But we're going to give away some great prizes that are handmade by the women's empowerment projects that we support around the world. So how do you get in on those prizes today? Well, you just drop me an email. So send me an email to info@onewoman.ca, and I'll type that in the chat as well, so you have it. And yeah, once you've done that, then I'll start doing draws in between our speakers today. So I'll put the email address, info@onewoman, hope if I spell it right, .ca. That's where you're going to send it to, and we're going to give some great prizes away today. So Angie C is a Canadian recording artist and neuroscientist who loves to blur the lines between art, science, and music. She's most famous for successfully controlling the sound coming from the world's largest analog synthesizer with only her thoughts using a brainwave sensing headset. Angie is here to inspire others to think big, lean into possibility, and allow their unique selves to shine through and color the world around us. Please welcome the amazing Angie Coombs.
Thank you. If there is anything the past few years have taught us, it's that we don't know what the future holds. Time is a gift. We've seen mass changes in jobs, in the economy, and there's been an awakening for many of us. An awakening to the fact that we can no longer sit in the status quo. We can no longer give our lives over to a job or a career that is not fulfilling our biggest passion and mission in life. You see, each and every one of us came here to this planet with a gift that needs to be shared with the world. It's needed right here and right now. So I invite you now to sit back in your seat, take a deep breath, and just connect with the part of you that has been wanting to come forward, that's been wanting to create. How long have you been wanting to bring this part of you forward? How much longer are you willing to live with this unresolved creative urge? So why do I care so much about this? It's a beautiful sunny day, and I'm sitting in the grass in the front yard with my mom, Ada. I'm 3 years old. She brushed the hair out of my eyes and said, "Angela, you can be anything you want to be when you grow up." "Mom, I want to be a flower. That one right there, the purple one, that's the one." I didn't want to be any of the other pink flowers. I wanted to be that single purple flower with the velvet petals. Oh, Angela, you can't actually be a flower. Oh, yeah? That summer, my mom enrolled me in music lessons. And that's where I met my first true love, the piano. I just couldn't get enough of it. And I would play for hours on end with my feet dangling back and forth in the air. I even started my own radio show. I hope you're all enjoying the Christmas show so far. My mom's downstairs baking some Christmas pie, and next up is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yep, meant for showbiz. Fast forward a few years, and it's now the last year of high school, and there's some pretty big life decisions to be made. By this point, I'm finishing my classical piano. I play some pretty cool instruments like bagpipes, oboe, and fiddle. And I've even started a legendary, I mean legendary, high school rock band. And that's all well and good, but let's face it, I need to get a real job. You know, one that pays the bills. At least that's what they say. And music, I love it. But aren't the chances of actually making it slim to none? It's a Sunday afternoon, and we're all sitting around in Derek's basement. He's our drummer. Brandon, our lead guitarist, strums a chord on the guitar. So, what are you guys gonna do after we graduate? Well, I've decided I'm going to go be a doctor. I'm not gonna have time for band practice anymore. Sorry, guys. I couldn't believe it. I just closed the door on my dreams. I spent the next few years geeking out on neuroscience classes and envisioning the day when I would start medical school. And as I logged into my email one sunny May morning, coffee in hand, I felt that familiar twinge of excitement when I saw an email from the University of Calgary. Dear Angela, on behalf of the admissions committee, we regret to inform you that you have not been selected for the class of 2011. Wait a minute. What? After 5 years of applications and interviews, working 2 jobs to pay off my university debt, and constantly feeling like my life was hanging in the balance, I broke down. Is this all there is to life? Is this what I have to look forward to for the next 50 years? What the fuck am I gonna do? That was the moment that I reignited my quest to become the purple flower. I filled an 8-foot tall bookshelf with every kind of book possible that would help me find my path. There were books on quantum physics, spirituality, money, and brainwave frequencies. I quit my job not once, but twice. And there were many late nights spent writing songs, soldering, and even learning how to code. And then I got that message. Hey, Angie, there's 6 labels interested in our song. And the following week, I got that phone call. Angie, I'm really happy to inform you that you got the grant. Looking back, it all makes perfect sense. And it was all worth it. Here I am, standing in the National Music Center, creating brainwave-controlled music. I always was the purple flower. Today, I help women bring their creative urges to life so they can live joyfully and purposefully, even if it feels like they've given up on their dreams. So I'd like to take a minute just to share the 3 critical shifts that I took that form the basis of the programs and services that I offer in the world. Number 1, know your gifts. Who are you? What gifts did you come here with? There's great power in reflecting on these questions because they shed light on your true purpose and mission in life. It's not by accident. And when you stand in your resonant truth and authenticity, you'll find that the path forward will just naturally unfold in front of you. Number 2, follow the yellow brick road. If there's something that you feel drawn to do, please go do it. Those urges are there for a reason. They're like the breadcrumbs of your life that are leading you along the path, providing you with opportunities, lessons, connections, and experiences that are directly related to your creative mission in life. Number 3, stay the course and don't give up on your dreams. It's not always going to be easy. You will face resistance. There will be moments of fear, uncertainty, and self-doubt. But I promise you that the universe is always conspiring in your favor to bring your dreams to fruition in the most beautiful way. Keep going, keep believing. And when you have those breakthrough moments of success, really celebrate them and use that energy to catapult you even further. And one final important thing, find a mentor and a supportive community to help you through these shifts. It's like my dear mentor Callie says, you cannot become yourself by yourself. So, what are you here to create? What dream have you let go of? I want you to know that you are unique. You are a child of the universe. There's 7 billion people on this planet, but there is only one of you. So if you know the time is now, please feel free to connect with me through my website, www.angiec.ca. You can sign up for a free discovery session. And yeah, I would love to connect with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. That was phenomenal. And I think we all love the purple flower. Gosh, beautiful, beautiful. And the funny part is I also know your mentor, Callie. She actually registered, I think, just to watch you, I'm guessing. And so awesome, awesome. Yeah, Callie has spoke on a few Fearless stages as well. So it's amazing how it all connects and how we all are connected that way. So beautiful story. And thanks so much for sharing with us today, Angie.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
So if you want to post your website link now anybody who registered got everybody's email addresses that's speaking today and their websites. But if there's anything else you want to drop in the chat, Angie, you're more than welcome to do that. But absolutely beautiful story. I also want to mention I did the first draw for today, and I'm going to try to remember to keep on top of those draws. What I didn't ask is to include your mailing address, but that's okay. If you win, I'll reply. I'll ask you for your mailing address, and so I can ship out your beautiful gift. So our first winner is Angel Gilreath. So Angel, congratulations. I replied to your email, so just send me your mailing address and I will drop your beautiful gift in the mail today. Which brings us to our next amazing speaker for today, which I told you, you're going to hear from the one and only Jackie Somerville today, and here she is. So I'll introduce Jackie and then she'll take it away. How are you today, Jackie?
Great, Charla. Thank you. This is so awesome.
I know. We already heard from one of our 100 most powerful women today. Clara kicked things off for the day, and we have 2 more of our 100 most powerful women who are speaking today. So yeah, we're excited to hear everyone. I won't ask you where you're from because it's in your intro. So I'm just going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So now from Los Angeles, California comes a sensational storyteller with a true story of intense passion that will blow your mind, inspire you, entertain you, and ladies, it's going to leave you breathless. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She's on a mission to ignite passion in the hearts of women everywhere. Jackie draws on a lifetime of pushing the envelope, taking big risks, and challenging the status quo. Yeah, ladies, she's been married a few times. She's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and followed her gut to a life of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Now, Jackie invites you to come to the edge with her. Please welcome the one and only Jackie Somerville.
Thank you, Charla. Hello, everybody. I am here to make a case for passion today. And I've had the great privilege of being passionately and deeply in love with a beautiful young man. And it changed my life forever and the way that I looked at passion from that moment on. And I'm going to kick things off today a little differently than normal. I'm going to read a love letter that I wrote to him after he was taken away. And so here we go. Are you ready? I'm not going to sugarcoat anything right from the start. Let's get into the juicy details. Baby, there is not a man on planet Earth who kisses like you. I think about your kiss and how it made me putty in your hands. I think about the time I was in the bathtub. You walked toward me with purpose and lustful focus, taking your clothes off one item at a time. You climbed in and got on top of me in one move. So dominating, never available for no from the one who had already chosen you. Always so certain that I'd want you, and I did. I think about the time we were at the Ritz by the beach. Do you remember, before we were married? I remember being on my back with my legs over your shoulders and tears rolled down my temples. I cried. I cried because you took me to that place where physical sensation and emotional depth collide in a feeling so perfect that tears cannot be stopped. Right over the edge where bliss dips into ecstasy. I'm a good lover because of you. You stripped me of my inhibitions, of my self-imposed insecurities. You built up my confidence, complimented me, wanted me, took me, pushed my limits. You refused to accept my ridiculous timidity and modesty. You took me to the edge of my preconceived limits, to that edge where we catch a glimpse of our own greatness. You taught me that the real me exists beyond my comfort zone. You took me there physically, and that seeped into all aspects of my life. I'm becoming all that I was put on this earth to be because you took me there. and because I had the courage to go along with it. Baby, you are my reason for excelling. You are my purpose for success. You are my passion. I will always love you. Ah, yes, passion. Passion is what makes life worth living. It ignites the soul, it pushes our limits, and it stimulates our highest potential. Do you know what that feels like? I experienced it in such a real deep form with that beautiful young man. Now, after a night of incredible passion, I'd wake up, see him lying there next to me, and I'd feel such love in my heart. And I would get up out of bed and reluctantly at 5 a.m. leave him and my dog peacefully sleeping and spooning one another. My heart was just filled with cell-bursting love. And I'd go through, pour my coffee, sit in my chair by the fire in my living room, and I'd start to write. And I wrote so passionately and so in such an inspired state that I wrote a best-selling book from cover to cover in about 5 weeks. This is what passion does for us. Napoleon Hill wrote about this in his famous book, Think and Grow Rich, where he said that even the memories of great love and passion can lift us into our zone of genius. That there is nothing like love, great sex, and romance to elevate us into our zone of genius. And I experienced that when I wrote that book. It just poured out of me so naturally, so easily, because I was so hyped up on love and passion. So my question is, are you experiencing passion in your life? And yes, I'm going to continue to prove to you today that it really matters. That the 4 pillars, I love what Florence Scovel Shinn writes about in The Game of Life and How to Play It. There's the 4 pillars to life. There's love, there's wealth, there's health, and there's perfect self-expression. Perfect self-expression is, are you doing on this earth what you were born to do? Does your career, does what you do light you up? Do you feel on fire every day? I'm going to look at those 4 elements because, as Charlotte mentioned about 100 most powerful women, we believe in a holistic approach to financial independence and financial freedom. That all of those things in your life matter. Do you do what you love? Are you becoming very wealthy in the process? Oh, because it matters so much. Are you very healthy? And do you have great love in your life? And when we talk about love, we don't only obviously talk about passion and romantic love. This is love for friends. This is love for family, love in the general sense. So those 4 pillars are very important in your life. And your passion seeps into every single one of them. And every single one of them depends on you having the ability to access that feeling of passion in your life. I woke up this morning thinking about that famous line from William Shakespeare's Hamlet, to be or not to be, that is the question. And there's so many interpretations of it, and it really was whether one should choose to live or die. And to me, it's not a question of simply staying alive. It's a question of being alive and really living your life. This is the Fearless Women's Summit, and we do encourage you to be fearless in your life. But I always say there is one fear that I think really does serve you, and that is the fear of regret. Oh, I think that is such a big one. It's driven me a lot in my life. I never, ever want to get to the end of my days going, God, I should have, or I would have, I could have. Oh, that drives me like nothing else. I want to get to the end of my days knowing that I gave it my all, that I lived passionately and all out and full out, that I tried everything I wanted to try, that I gave it my all, that I trusted the divine, that I enjoyed the process, that I felt alive as often as possible. Oh, of course, we all have days where we want to put on our sweats and eat the ice cream. and do all of that and just hang out and do nothing. Maybe just watch rom-coms all day. Oh, we all have those days occasionally. But are they occasional for you, or are they happening too often? Are you living in that state of mediocrity? And I know that there's nothing mediocre about you because you are here attending the Fearless Women's Summit on a Saturday. There is something in you that's stirring in your soul. You know that there is so much more for you. There's so much more in this beautiful thing called life, and you want more. Let's make a case for more money while I'm talking about more right now. Oh, money is such a loaded question, such a loaded subject, just like sex, which is why I like to start talking about sex when I first start sharing with you in these talks. So let's contemplate what lots of money does for one's life when you're in control of it, not when it's in control of you. And that's why in 100 Most Powerful Women, Charlotte and I believe in the foundations of faith and of co-creating your life with divine intelligence, whatever you want to call it. Maybe you call it God, maybe you call it the universe. It's divine intelligence. It's this presence that's never in absence. It's this presence that loves you so much, that wants for you everything you desire in your life. And you get to desire anything. So I want you to think about the judgments that you may have about your desires right now. Perhaps you desire great passionate love. Maybe there's a little reservation there because you're scared of being hurt. Maybe you desire a lot of money, but you grew up with all sorts of limiting beliefs that money's bad and it's the root of all evil and, all of that nonsense. We come by these beliefs honestly. We do, and they hold us back. So we need to be forgiving of ourselves and deeply compassionate and deeply understanding of where they come from and resolve to change those limiting beliefs. I always say that my life changed the day I realized my thoughts and beliefs created my life. I attracted great love and passion into my life the day I realized that I was worthy of it, the day I had the courage to accept it, because I knew that even if it ended, which it did, in a tragedy, no matter what, I was going to be fine. And at the end of the day, it's going to count that I loved fearlessly, that I had the courage to love, that I had the courage to ask God for everything I desired, all the wealth, the perfect health, the great passionate love, and perfect self-expression, doing what I love to do. That passionate love inspired me in my life to be passionate about everything that I do. It caused me to have to look at all the other things that I was doing in a mediocre fashion. And I realized that I was running my business like a hobby. How many of you are pussyfooting around in your business? How many of you have had the courage to ask the divine for what you desire in your business? The people you want to reach, the money you want to make. Have you had the courage to push fear aside and to ask the divine for all of it? You are so worthy of it all, and your desires come from God. Yes, they do. And I'm going to get a little bit deeper into that today. We're going to talk in depth about your desires, how to open up, how to think bigger, how to fall in love with them, how to have them drive you passionately. Your desires come from the divine, and you were put on this earth to make them manifest. There is no other reason, in my opinion, as to why we come to have a human experience, other than to really experience the material existence. We are flesh and blood. We are material beings, and we get to live a material existence. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Experience nature, the feeling of things, beautiful clothes. Experience the feelings and emotions that come with being a human being on planet Earth. That's what I mean. All of it is good. And we get to really live and experience it. And when you co-create your life with the divine, you let go of the fear of how long things should last, or if things end, or when things go away. You no longer fear that. You can live in the moment 100% fully without fear. What am I going to do if this ends? What if the man leaves? What if the money goes? What if the business doesn't work out? Passion and co-creating with the divine helps you to sideline those limiting things that hold you back. We talk about the fear of success a lot. People think often that it's the fear of failure that stops them from living all out, from going for their dreams, from living passionately, from getting wealthy, from experiencing these rich, deep things that we have to experience in life. Everybody thinks, well, I'm afraid I'm going to fail, or what if it doesn't work out? The biggest fear, in fact, as Stephen Pressfield says in his wonderful book called The War of Art, he said, the mother lode of all fears is actually the fear of success. That's the mother lode of all fears, and all the other fears of failure, of putting yourself out there, is all really tied to that. Because as all of you know who are on this, attending the summit today, there is something so big stirring in you. And that's kind of scary. The fear of success comes because we know we're going to have to live up to that incredible person we secretly know we are. And that's a tall order. It is a tall order to finally live up to that magnificent being full of potential that you already secretly know you are. That scares the daylights out of us. And yeah, our lives change when we're successful in a lot of ways. And as Clara mentioned, success in all areas of your life. It's not just success as defined by the money in your bank, not at all. Success is measured in all areas of your life. To me, it's the feeling of fulfillment. Happiness is the joy you feel when you're in pursuit of your full potential. And I think fulfillment is a better word than happiness right there. Do you feel fulfilled? You're going to feel very fulfilled when you're in the pursuit of your full potential. That person you secretly know is there, that person, the one that got on this call today, that is so aware of your massive potential. When my life was devoid of passion and purpose, but I had all the money in the world, I realized that the biggest thing that was eating me up and making me so miserable was that I wasn't using my potential. That there was so much I wanted to do in life and so much I wanted to share. And I was driven by this desire to speak, to tell stories, to write books. And I wasn't doing it. And that was making me kind of crazy. So I'm wondering if you know how that feels. How it feels to kind of just wake up, go through the motions every day, be devoid of passion and purpose. And to know that you're such an extraordinary being, but you're not sharing it with the world or doing what you were born to do. You probably can relate to me and how that eats you up from the inside out. So I had to change that. I had to root up my life, change everything. So if you find yourself without that fire burning in your belly, you know, I feel like a fire burning in our belly is so important, but it goes along with peace. No one wants to feel stuck in a place of never enough. If you can combine the fire and a sense of peace, now you've got life by the tail. Now you're living in happiness, because no one wants to wake up not being on fire, not being motivated by things, not striving for something. Like I said, I know what it's like to not have goals and dreams, but to have everything else. So my very first tip for you today, if you're looking to access passion in your life, because I'm going to give you 3 things that are going to help you access passion. The first one is really addressing your desires. And Charlotte and I help you do this in 100 Most Powerful Women. Everybody we work with, we help them to think bigger, to dream a bigger dream. I always say, if you know how to make your dreams come true, you're not dreaming big enough. So do you have dreams that you don't have a clue how you're going to make them happen? And do they excite the heck out of you? Because if they don't, It's not going to be a passionate thing, and you're not going to be stirred in your soul to actually move towards them and make them happen. Passion is what makes us do the things we need to do in order to receive the things we want in this life. Passion. And that also means that the process of achieving your goals is exciting and enjoyable and thrilling when you have a passionate, burning desire. So your desires, having exciting desires, is my tip number one for how to access passion in your life. And we love to help you get in touch with those desires. We love to help you gain clarity on what you actually want in your life. Oh yeah, we know how to help you get there. Like I said, if you start dabbling in the house, you're going to be thinking too small, you're going to be dreaming too small, you're going to get stuck right off the bat, and you're going to limit your dreams. Every ounce of power and potential that exists in the universe exists in you. You can be, do, and have anything as long as you're open to receiving it. But we think too small. We keep ourselves small. We hide our lights. Now it's time to start thinking bigger and dreaming a bigger dream. So if your goals and your dreams aren't exciting you to the point of passion, I invite you today to relook at them. And if you want us to help you do that, we're really good at helping you dream a bigger dream. And to forget about thinking about how you're going to make it come to pass. I talk about goals and dreams, and there's two key elements to your goals. The first one is, does your goal excite you? Is it big enough to excite you? Goals, by the way, are the stepping stones to your dreams. So your dream is the big picture, the most outrageous thing you could possibly think of for your life. If you were to wave that magic wand and you had every resource available to you, known to man already right now, what would your life look like? That's the dream. The goals are the stepping stones to help you get there. Goals need to be two things: exciting, big enough to stir that passion, because passion is what makes life worth living. It ignites the soul. It stimulates your highest potential. So you got to have it, but you can't have it if your goal is too small. And the second thing is you got to believe it. And I'm not going to get into belief today. That's not what my speech is about. But oh man, in 100 Most Powerful Women, we spend almost every waking hour on the subject of belief. Belief tied to faith, belief in yourself, belief in your dreams, and the fact that they can and will come to fruition if you follow the right steps. So remember that when it comes to your goals. Another thing I want to talk about, your goals, big, exciting, and believable, is please take them seriously. When we do not reach our goals, it's very demotivating. They have the opposite effect. So don't waste time setting goals and then just walking away from them. Focus on them, write them down, and commit to co-creating and making them happen with the divine. Commit to taking the next step towards that goal. And this is another thing we just are super passionate about in 100 Most Powerful Women, is helping you figure out what is that next step to achieving the goal. And the goal is what's getting you closer to the big dream. What is that next step? You don't have to figure it out. We can help you do that. And once you have the courage to take the next step, what happens? The universe starts aligning things to work in your favor. But because we have free will, things don't line up in our favor until we have the courage to take the step towards it. That's why taking the step towards your dream and making those goals a reality truly matters. Because when we do that, the divine goes, oh, She means business. She really does want it. I'm not now giving her something she doesn't want. She's made it clear to me. She's walking towards it. Ha! Now I line up things in her favor. And that's when miracles happen. Serendipity happens. You sit next to somebody on the plane who offers you an opportunity, who becomes a business partner or an agent. Miracles happen when we have the courage to take steps towards our dreams. So do you have a bold, big, exciting desire that makes you wake up in the morning and jump out of bed? And do you believe that it's possible? Because if you don't believe it's possible, it won't have that effect. You won't jump out of bed and want to make it happen because it's already dead in the water. So this is why it's so important what Charlotte and I do with 100 Most Powerful Women. Not only get you in touch with your desires and your dreams, but help you to believe in them. And we believe in you even when you don't believe in you. This is the power of being involved in a group like this, of having mentors, of having like-minded people surrounding you and lifting you up. I love that saying of a rising tide lifts all boats. I love that. So when you're in a tide that's rising, you're going to be lifted up with it. Very, very powerful. So my second tip, my first tip to access passion is friggin' be excited about your desires, you guys. Oh yeah, I was going to talk to you a little bit about making peace with your desires, that they come from the divine. How many of you judge material desires? I know this because we see this all the time in the people that we work with and the people that we speak with on a daily basis. They'll tell us all their big goals and dreams and visions for starting a school, for helping others, but they will hold back on their desires to make their own life easier and more beautiful and wonderful. Money makes that possible. And if you are afraid of naming and claiming your desire for more money in this world, I'm going to invite you to step away from that limiting belief and know that even your material desires come from the divine. I always say that as long as our desires do not involve hurting others, they come directly from God, and we came here to have this human experience in order to manifest them. If we weren't here to have a truly human flesh and blood material experience, we would have stayed in the ethereal. We would have stayed spiritual beings, never coming to experience this human life. So please make peace from this moment on with your material desires. When you are living a beautiful, calm, peaceful, nuanced, detailed, magnificent, quality life, you will have so much more to give others. Quality matters. The difference between flying in the back of the bus and boarding the plane at the end, when those things at the top are already full, and flying first class and walking into a quiet, peaceful environment and having somebody offer you a drink like you're a human being, and having space for your things, and having a decent, nourishing meal, not something in a plastic, container shoved at you. This makes a difference in your life and enables you to be fuller and to be more fulfilled and to be more calm and peaceful. So you better believe living a first-class life matters, and it helps you to help others so much more than when you're struggling and you're exhausted and you are wondering where the rent check or the mortgage check is going to come from. Money matters, and you deserve it, and you have every right, just as anybody who's a billionaire has for it. You have that right to. What is the difference between them and you? They weren't somehow ordained by the divine to be different, to be better, to be richer, to be anything. There was no one else better than you. There is no superior or inferior human being on this planet. We are all equal in the eyes of the divine. And so if some people can be massively wealthy, why not you? If some people can have great love and great passion in their life, why not you? Open up to how deserving you are. When you do that, you open up to receiving. Because like I said, God cannot give you what you will not give yourself. So if you are closed to receiving, it's just a sign that you're not willing to give to yourself what you kind of want, and the divine cannot help you. We have to give to ourselves that which we desire, first and foremost, because we have free will. So are you making your desires good, or are you judging yourself for them? You can't help the poor if you're one of them. You can't help people when you're stuck in survival mode, when you're struggling. I invite you from this moment on to step out of that and to open to all the riches that the universe brings you. Now, money has made such a great difference in my life. Think about all the things you could do with money, apart from flying first class, from having beautiful clothes and beautiful jewelry and feeling at peace and wearing quality. Everything is energy. What you wear, what you do, who you associate with, who you are being in this world, everything is energy. So quality matters. It enables you to send people to school like Charlotte does. It enables you to pay off your parents' mortgage. It enables you to buy a car for a friend or a family member who's struggling. It enables you to buy the beautiful shoes and the purse that you've been coveting. Oh, money is such a beautiful, amazing thing. When you change your relationship with money, your life will change dramatically, and it is a relationship. In 100 Most Powerful Women, we're absolutely obsessed with helping you change your relationship with money, with this thing called wealth consciousness, this thing called mindset. Do you have an elevated wealth consciousness? Do you believe that you deserve and that you are able to access any amount of wealth in this lifetime, as well as perfect health, as well as great love, as well as making money doing what you love? Do you believe that you can? We believe in you even when you don't. And we're obsessed with getting you into that mindset so that that is what you're conscious of being in every moment of your life. So that is a little bit of a passionate diatribe about your desires. Make them right. Fall in love with them. It'll help you fall in love with your life and be passionate about your life like nothing else. My number 2 thing to help you access passion: do something radical. Do something radical. I was living this very wealthy life, but I had no passion and no purpose. So I threw it all away. I gave it up. I walked away from it. Oh, it scared the living daylights out of me. Absolutely it did, because I was going along in my comfort zone. When you throw a spanner in the works of that comfort zone and you put an end to it with something radical, you will access passion like never before. I finally stopped running my business like a hobby when I was kind of had a gun to my head and my back was against the wall, and I had to step out and run it like a business. I had to reach out and do the business stuff that was going to grow it and make me money. There is nothing like having to that gets you to do it. That's true passion. Having said that, remember my motto: be responsible, but not sensible. When you are responsible for other lives, for children, for parents, for anybody who you have responsibility for, animals, you need to make that your number 1 priority. But do not be sensible about how you live this life. So remember, be responsible, but not sensible. When I married that beautiful young man, came from a totally different life, had all the signs of something that could not work, but I was so passionately in love with him that I knew I had to do the nonsensible thing and marry him and be with him. But I was responsible in that I got him to sign an ironclad prenuptial agreement. Here's my computer checking for updates in the middle of my speech. Don't you love it when it does that? So, be responsible, but not sensible. when you are planning to do something radical in your life. But I do love radical. Can you plan a trip? Can you quit your job? Can you write a book? Can you sign up for something? Can you hire a mentor? Oh my goodness. The hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars I've spent on working with the best coaches and mentors in my life have been some of the most motivating things I've ever done. Stirred the passion, investing so heavily in myself. Oh, that stirred me. That got me going. That motivated me to get off my duff and actually start running my businesses like a business, not a hobby. Invest in yourself. Do something radical to access passion. My third tip on how to access passion is, can you take some risks in your life? I know it's very tied to the second one, but where can you take a risk? When I took big risks in my life, and I continue to do, I'm a big risk taker, and I believe in the power of risk. We can protect ourselves into mediocrity and into a mundane existence, and it's only at the end of our days that we go, damn it, why did I not take more risks? I'm sure many of you have heard about that person who worked in a hospice and wrote a book about the interviews that they had with all these people on their deathbed. And that the number one thing that they said, the number one regret of the dying, is what the article, the book was called. The number one regret of the dying was, I wish I had the courage to live the life of my dreams and not the life others expected of me. Oh, the number one regret of the dying, overwhelmingly, the majority of them had not had the courage to live the life of their dreams, and they were dying with regret. Don't let that be you. It takes enormous courage to mess up your comfort zone, to do something radical, to take big risks in your life. But you will access passion when you do that. And passion, as I said in the beginning, is what stimulates your full potential. It pushes your limits. It ignites your soul. You will live this life jumping up out of bed, feeling on fire, feeling excited every day, except on the days that you want to stay in bed and wear your sweats and watch Netflix. Oh, you'll still have a few of those. You want to go and lie on the beach for a week in Cancun and drink margaritas? Oh, there is time and place for that, and I'm all for it. I'm a giant big hedonist. My life is not all about work, Charla, and I teach that your life is a wholesome thing, and that every aspect of it matters, and that one of the most important things is fun. But I don't know about you, when I'm living passionately, I'm having a lot of fun. So fun is a huge part of what we teach. Otherwise, what's the point of all of this, right? You're going to get to the end of your days going, oh, I just ground and hustled and whatever. No, you got to have fun in the process. Big dreams, big goals, move towards them, have the courage to do the work, all of that stuff. But are you having fun along the way? Oh, and there is a way of doing it. There always is. And we do that by accessing divine intelligence. We do that by listening to our intuition, by trusting your hunches, because then it's not a hustle and a grind. When we're still and we listen to the divine speaking to us and we take action in inspired ways, that's when things start to really roll. It's not about hustling. It's not about grinding, as Clara so beautifully reminded us in the beginning. Get in touch with the divine, but have the courage to take a risk, to get yourself out of your comfort zone, to do something radical. And if that means joining a group like ours and it's calling on you today, then make sure that you attend our webinar on how we're going to help you pivot your passion into profit. That's coming up. Charlotte's going to post the link for that. And we also have the application for 100 Most Powerful Women. This is an extraordinary organization. This is our second year. It's proven to be very, very successful. Nothing excites us more than watching women come into their own, creating the wealth that they were born to create, living a passionate life, inviting great love into their life. Oh, it is so worth it, you guys. And when you do that in concert with the divine, you can drop the fear. What if it doesn't work out? You don't need to worry about that anymore. because you're walking with this divine intelligence that loves you so much. And you can be reassured that no matter what happens in your life, you're always going to be okay. And we help you strengthen that relationship with the divine. So I think I've made the case for passion today. Make sure to join us on one of those things. Join our free webinar, Passion into Profit. We believe you can make money doing anything. So why not make it doing what you love. So join us. Thank you so much, everybody. I've loved being with you today. Enjoy the rest of the day. Mwah. Bye.
Awesome, Jackie, fantastic. And yes, somebody said it in the chat in terms of so many great nuggets. And yeah, I'm sure people's pen and paper was on fire, but if you registered for today, you get a recording for today. So you can go back and watch all these amazing talks as well. But you can join us for Pivot Your Passion into Process. If you're wanting to keep that going, we're going to teach you some, real tools that you can start implementing into your life and into your business. So that's this Tuesday, totally free to join in. I posted the link for that. And if you're wanting to apply for 100 Most Powerful Women, we're doing interviews. We're always doing interviews to find those amazing women that as spots come available, that we fill those with incredible women who are ready to step into their passion, ready to make big money. And I know there's so many women based on the chat today that's so ready this year to really step into their best life. So thanks so much, Jackie.
Thank you, Charla.
And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Ariel. Ariel, if you want to turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Ariel. How are you today?
I'm great. This has been amazing.
Yes, I know. So many inspiring and amazing speakers from right around the world. And where are you joining us from today, Ariel?
I am in Denver, Colorado. So another Colorado gal out here.
Yeah, we got 2 Colorado girls today. Who knew? Well, I'm going to introduce you, Ariel, and you can take it away. So Ariel is a purpose coach who empowers heart-centered, impact-driven professionals to realize their unique purpose and potential so that they can take their next career steps with clarity and confidence. She currently serves on the innovative advisory board of Kula for Karma, a nonprofit organization pioneering the integration of therapeutic yoga, meditation, and stress management into mainstream medicine and healthcare. She also volunteers as a student mentor with One True Zone, a nonprofit organization that provides career coaching services to college students. She has a master's degree in sport and performance physiology, a bachelor's degree in sociology, and is certified in positive psychology. Please welcome the amazing Ariel Naftali.
Wow, that was quite the intro. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. This has been incredible. And at the same time, we've been sitting here for 2 hours listening to such amazing speakers. So I wanted to just take a minute for everyone to take a quick breath and just ground back down into this moment right now. So if you don't need it, I definitely need it. So humor me for 30 seconds and just take 3 deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose again, out through the mouth. And last one, in through the nose. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here. All right, awesome. So as Charla said, I am Ariel, and she gave a brief background on my bio, so I won't go into that. I am the founder of Perform with Purpose, and the intention of this organization is to help people step into their authentic self-expression so that they can share their creative gifts with the world, which I know we've spoken about so much today. And the intention with sharing our creative gifts is so that we can, one, make a positive impact, but also experience long-term fulfillment. Because when we are able to really share our full selves, we feel like life is more meaningful. And so I want to start by sharing a little bit about where I'm at in my journey right now, and then a bit about how I got here, and hopefully open you up to your own path to purpose. And as a quick heads up, I'll be sharing a free resource at the end if you want to stick around for that in about 18 minutes or so. So as I'm going through, feel free to share thoughts, questions, anything in the chat box, and I'll try to get to some of them at the end here. Okay. So at this point in my life, I am waking up every day knowing that I'm about to do important work that feels meaningful, work that truly makes a difference in the lives of others. And I don't wonder if I'm spending my time doing something that matters. I don't wonder if I'll have regrets. That doesn't mean I don't have bad days, that I don't still experience negative emotions, but it does mean that I don't question my worth. I don't question my why, the why of why I'm here, because I'm connected to this sense of purpose. And I'm connected to the thing that makes me feel most alive and most connected to the world around me. The fact that I still experience those bad days doesn't show me that there's anything wrong. They don't derail me from my path anymore. They just show me that I'm an ever-evolving, imperfect human who can still make a massive impact. So what I do want you to know right now is that I was not always this connected to my sense of purpose in this life. I spent a lot of years feeling lost and confused. And the most transitional period for me was after college. I spent about 4 years desperately searching for an answer to my very uncertain career path. Over these years, I'd walk an hour from my tiny box-sized apartment in Manhattan to my corporate office in the heart of Times Square. And for anyone who is local to New York, you know that Times Square in the heat of rush hour is the last place you want to be. I also walked an hour back home every day. That's an extra 2 hours I spent traveling on foot to avoid the New York subway. Now, there are plenty of good things about the New York subway. It's efficient, it's convenient, it allows you to see humans from every walk of life. But really, what I really hated was going on the subway during those rush hour moments, because crowds of people would scurry in and bury on top of each other, going through the motions of the same routine every day. And nothing made me feel less like an individual and more like a number being herded like a school of sheep. And on the occasional rainy days where I did take the subway instead of walk, I'd notice the people around me and I'd wonder what their stories were. I would wonder how many years they had been going through the motions of the same exact routine every single day. I wondered if they ever questioned their career path like I was. Did they even know that they could question their career path? And in those moments, I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't end up living a life by default. I wouldn't stay in the job that I was currently in, where I was feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from any real positive impact. I made a promise to myself that I would carve my own path and do something with my life that felt personally meaningful. I mean, we spend 80% of our lives working. That time might as well be something that we really enjoy and something that we feel excited about and something that nourishes us. So 4 years of walking 2 hours to and from work gave me a lot of time for introspection. It's about 522 hours of me time. And I'm an extrovert, so that's a big deal. I spent a lot of time listening to podcasts and books of people I admired. And most importantly, I spent a lot of time listening to my own voice, realizing how much of my current life was a result of my conditioning, the automatic response to the people and the culture around me. My awakening didn't happen in just a day, but over those years, I began to realize that I wanted to live a very different life from the one I was living. I wasn't miserable, but there was just this like deeper sense that I wasn't utilizing my full potential. So I ultimately made the switch. I moved out to Colorado, where I am now. I pursued a degree in performance psychology, and I started my own coaching business, helping people cultivate more fulfilling work lives. And at this point, I've never been clearer about who I am and what I care about and the kind of work that makes me feel most alive. And luckily, I'm not the only one who's now waking up. Because of the pandemic, many of us who used to go through the motions every day have now been forced to create a new normal. And more of us are realizing how burnt out and disconnected and unfulfilled we feel in our work. We're realizing we want to spend our time doing something that actually truly matters to us. In a time like now, where it's hard to make sense of everything going on in the world, we are craving a deeper connection to something meaningful. And for this reason, uncovering our purpose through our work, through our contribution, is one of the most important things we can do to start leading a more engaged and connected and fulfilling life. So, when I say purpose, I'm referring to the 3 pillars of meaningful contribution that I've discovered in my own life and the life of the clients that I work with. You must know and embody these 3 pillars in order to really experience long-term fulfillment. So I call these pillars the who, your identity, the what, your interest, and the why, your impact. And I'll get into each with a little more detail in the upcoming slides here. So the who, part 1 of meaningful contribution, is your identity. Obviously, this picture is of me modeling my part-time job, but really the who is how you naturally and uniquely operate. It's how your mind uniquely works and processes information. It's the energy and the essence that you give off when you're around people. It's the means of expression that naturally flow through you. It's how you're receiving me right now, whatever feelings you're having in reaction to my presence. Hopefully, if I'm being my authentic self, you feel a warm energy, powerful maybe, but not intimidating, playful, but intentional. This expression is where things get complicated because we get confused in how to express ourselves because we've never actually been taught how to be ourselves. We've only learned how to get by in a world with social and cultural rules created by others. We think we need to look or dress or act a certain way to be successful. We are told to build our personal brand as if it's something we get from the outside, rather than the continued unraveling and amplification of who we've always been on the inside. The truth is, what the world really needs, what really adds the greatest value to others, is you showing up fully as you are. Because you are a unique combination of genes and experiences, and no one can do things the way that you do them. That's just the truth. The world needs your unique genius, fully expressed. So I want to give you some questions to guide your thinking around this who piece. And I'll circle back at the end to give you a resource that'll help you dig a little bit deeper into these. So these questions are: 1, what comes more easily to you than others? 2, what do you naturally help others with? Often getting the answer to this question can involve actually asking the people in our life, what value do I add to you? This is not a question we normally ask the people that we spend time with. And number 3, how do others receive your essence and your energy? All right, I'll let you sit with those for a little bit and I'll circle back again at the end. Part 2 of meaningful contribution is your interests, the content that you are genuinely interested in working with. And this is probably what we talk about most as we're trying to figure out our career path. We try to identify the type of content that we like to engage with. Do we like math? Do we like history? Do we like science? The thing is that we are conditioned to narrow these interests from a very early age. We're told that certain interests won't lead to something successful. Or we get stuck doing one type of work and feel scared to try something new, even if what we're doing doesn't feel aligned anymore. Before I made a massive pivot in my career, I knew I was interested in human psychology. I always had been interested in psychology, and yet I didn't honor that interest. I wanted to know that it was my passion before I committed to exploring it just from a place of curiosity. I didn't want to take the risk. And I didn't realize until I started working with a coach myself that the only way to get to clarity is through taking action. So again, I want to take you through a couple guiding questions to help you get a little bit closer to this what piece. The first question is, what do you like to consume or learn about or do in your free time? Like if you weren't even getting paid to do it, what would you spend your time doing? 2, what are the kinds of conversations that you find yourself gravitating towards? And 3, what is something you've thought about doing but haven't because you felt afraid or felt like you didn't have the time? Okay. And I'm going to jump over to the last pillar here of your impact, the why. The why is the reason for doing what you do. It's the impact that you want to have. And this doesn't have to mean that you're trying to save the entire world. It just has to be a reason outside of yourself that feels personally meaningful. It can be as simple as wanting to make one person happier each day. For me, there's a ton of movements in the world that I think are important. Climate change initiatives, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, health and nutrition and fitness. But that doesn't mean that they're the deepest source of my why. What fulfills me is being a bridge for someone else to embrace all that they are and feel confident sharing their gifts with the world. I like seeing my direct impact, how a conversation shifts something in one of the clients that I'm working with. When they have that light bulb moment, that makes me feel so freaking happy and so nourished. And then I have clients or people in my world who care less about seeing that direct impact on an individual level. They care more about having a broader impact. And that's okay. We all have different ways that we like showing up. We have different ways of expressing ourselves and finding a source of fulfillment. What I want for you is to be able to identify your unique why and make sure that it's yours alone. So here are some questions to guide your thinking around this last piece. 1, what problems in the world do you think about often or that frustrate you often? This frustrate piece is a good one because often what really bothers us or what really triggers us is actually pointing us in the direction of what we value. 2, if you could leave the world just a little bit better than when you found it, what would change? And 3, who most inspires you and why? Often the people we look up to, the people we admire them for a reason. Often it's because they embody or they share themselves in a world that we would also like to be able to share ourselves in that way. So I'll let you sit with these questions. And again, I'm going to come back and circle at the end with an opportunity to dive deeper into these questions. What I don't want is for you to walk away feeling like you need to know your forever purpose statement right now. Your purpose is always unraveling. And as you explore these 3 pillars, you will find that you have only scratched the surface of what you are truly capable of being, doing, and contributing to this world. And that's the beauty of this life. I know that you each have something incredibly unique to offer. I'm not here to just nudge you though. I'm here to tell you that it is your responsibility to do work that is meaningful to you, to do work that makes you come alive, to do work that nourishes your soul. And I don't want you to just take my word for it. So I'm going to share one more story here before I close out. The truth is, we've all experienced the benefits of what it's like to be around someone who's fully and authentically expressed through their work. Have you ever been out to dinner, to a meal, and had a really good server? I'm not talking about a high-end dining experience where the server knows all the appropriate formalities. I'm talking about that server who's super enjoyable to be around. They're authentic, engaged, and attentive. They're invested in your food choices and experience. You feel like they're a part of your party. Like the dining experience wouldn't be as fun if they weren't there. Well, over the years, when my family would sometimes have these experiences, my mom, who's also a coach, would always make a comment to them and say, "You really love what you do, don't you?" And my dad and my sister and I would roll our eyes. I was embarrassed that my mom was trying to initiate a deep conversation in a setting that is typically supposed to be more surface level, more transactional. I mean, jokes aside, because look at what I'm doing now. But every time in these moments, my mom was right on the money. The servers would smile and nod. And I couldn't deny that the experience of getting served by someone who showed up authentically and loved their work created a positive ripple effect. We, as the customers, felt happier, and we carried that energy not only through the meal, but through the rest of our day and night. And there's another cool piece to this puzzle. So I'm sure we can all agree, not everyone loves being a server, and yet there are servers out there who absolutely love what they do and are really good at it. This contrast doesn't just occur in the food industry. In 2003, researchers at New York University studied people's relationships to their occupations, and they found that they define their work in three main ways: as a job, a career, or a calling. And what the researchers found was that all three orientations were found across almost every occupation that they studied. Even in one instance, they found that some janitors who worked in hospitals, whose job was to clean bedpans and wipe vomit off the floor, they saw their work as a calling. They saw themselves as being a part of a team whose mission it was to help people and heal people. So what this ultimately shows is that we are all capable of having work that feels like a calling. We're all capable of finding a way to contribute that makes us happy and allows us to feel fulfilled. And when we step into that work, we further contribute to the positive ripple effect, the ripple effect that makes the world a better place for every individual inhabiting it. So with that, I want to thank you for being here, for showing up. There's many other ways you could be spending your time today. So thank you. And I would just want to offer, since we're only just scratching the surface here, I want to offer a free session to allow you to dive into some of the questions that we covered today so you can get more clarity around your purposeful path. These spots will be open until the 21st. So I'm going to share a link in the chat box for you to go ahead and book right now if you're feeling the pull towards it. There's no strings attached. I just really want to help you dive in here, get a little closer to your purpose path. So thank you so much. And I'll pass it back to Charla.
Thank you, Ariel. That was fantastic. And thanks so much for those thought-provoking questions. And I'm sure all of us, stirred something in us. And, sometimes we don't think of, these big, important questions to ask ourselves to help us get clarity and start pointing us in the direction of our path. So Ariel's going to drop that wonderful link in the chat. And if you're wanting some more clarity and explore those questions with her, I definitely encourage you to do that. I also want to mention that I did another door prize. I actually did it a while ago and I forgot to announce it. So our second winner for the day is Kimberly Wilson. Now, if you joined a little bit late and you haven't entered into the draws yet, you just drop us an email. So drop an email to info@onewoman.ca. And just drop me a quick email and that'll get you entered in for the draws because we'll do a lot more throughout the day. And I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. So our next speaker is Belinda Walia. So Belinda, how are you?
I am doing really well, thank you. And I'm loving the One Woman Fearless Summit.
I know so many amazing speakers from right around the world. And we're definitely jumping the pond again to hear you speak. So where are you joining us from today, Belinda?
London, UK. So it's a bit chilly here, but I'm excited to be on this platform. I really am. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I'm Canadian and I know there's other Canadians on here, so we understand the chilly part. So I'm going to introduce you, Belinda, and then you can take it away. So Belinda Walia is a psychotherapist and an anxiety relief expert. She is regularly featured in and is an expert contributor to a wide range of conventional print and online media. Her desire to help others is inspired by some of the challenges from her own life. She empowers people to live their best life and with the lowest possible level of anxiety by giving easy to follow solutions and techniques. Belinda works with clients and referred patients from every background and lifestyle. In 2021, June of 2021, Belinda was amazed and delighted to be a CREA Award recipient, being on the same list with Oprah Winfrey, Robin Sharma, and Jim Quick for their contributions to sustainability and mental health. Please welcome the amazing Belinda Walia.
Oh, thank you for the lovely introduction, Charla, and also to Jackie for allowing us to share our knowledge and stories. I am truly honored to be speaking on this empowering platform alongside such inspiring women, and I am so grateful for you all that are present today. As we know, in our head, the brain's function is to manifest what we visualize. But we can only do this if all our brains are aligned. So welcome to the Three Brains Equilibrium and become a better version of the superwoman you already are. Now, a few years ago, I realized how powerful we really are and how visualization and truly feeling and reacting on creative ideas and positive thoughts can become a reality. And I had been divorced and single for some time. And I'm not superhuman. And of course, like anyone else who had been through IVF and miscarriages and life-threatening surgery and divorce, I felt nervous and anxious most of the time. And as a therapist, I self-diagnosed myself with perinatal depression and anxiety. And whenever there was something new, especially the idea of getting into a new relationship, this triggered my anxiety even more. And I would never go on a date because I would feel very nervous. My past memories of my relationship with my ex would be triggered, and they would surface all these thoughts of all the familiar things that were negative to me. And after my divorce, because I felt I had lost everything, as I ended up on living out of a suitcase and sleeping on the floor at my brother's house, that's when I realized I can't continue to live like this. And with the anxiety and fears inside me, I decided I had to change something. I had to give myself a chance to know who I am and what I'm about and what I truly want out of life. And with the emotional support from my loved ones, I got my power back because I took control of my life. I started to feel good about myself and I started taking care of my health, and I was ready to move on from my past and give myself that second chance. And my mother, she mentioned setting me up on a blind date with her friend's son, which initially I was like, oh, I wasn't too keen on the idea. But after a few months passed and I heard from the same person, this guy, my mother's friend's son, and I decided instinctively to go with an open mind on the date with him. And I had the best dinner and evening, and we became best friends. And we have been in a relationship since. We knew we were aligned. We were in sync, not with each other, but with ourselves. And within ourselves, you see, there was this balance in my mind, in my heart, and in my soul. So let me just demonstrate what that feeling is. Just for a moment, visualize that you've had the best evening or a great dinner date, or you've inherited enough money to have financial freedom and enjoy life. Doesn't that feel wonderful, knowing you can enjoy the most exclusive holidays, contribute to your own health and well-being as well as somebody else's? It's like having a stress-free life. And I'm sure many of you feel joy with the idea of these luxuries as much as we do if we were to have a simple foot spa or getting into our PJs to watch a movie. You feel relaxed. There's no worry because you don't think of anything else but that moment. The idea of having such joyful experiences in your life releases a chemical into your body called dopamine. And this feel-good hormone, when this happens, our brain produces neurotransmitters in these situations, giving us these incredible feelings of enthusiasm and joy. And without such chemicals inside of us, we wouldn't feel these emotions during incredibly delightful occurrences. Now, instead of visualizing the feel-good factor, switch those thoughts for just a moment and imagine that you have an exam, for example, or sadly you've lost your job, or you've been miserable and are extremely tense, or that date you went on was not so great, as it turned out. He wasn't so great or she wasn't so great, and it became an argument before the end of the evening. Now, our brain produces different chemicals such as cortisol to make us feel stressed and anxious and unhappy. And in these possible circumstances, sometimes we hold on to the memories of familiar patterns in our life, and history repeats itself, and the anxiety or stress and sadness kick in beforehand, and that's what we anticipate. So before we, say, for example, are going on a date, we anticipate it's not going to go so well. And there's one particular organ we think is our control center for all our emotions, our brain. But what if I told you that the control center is in different locations within our body, and not just from your head brain? You see, these emotions and chemicals influence the highs and lows of life in our brains. And I say brains because neuroscience now tells us that we each have 3 brains. We often pay attention to the head, otherwise known as the cephalic brain. We also have a heart brain or a cardiac brain, and a gut brain or enteric brain. Each has sensory neurons, motor neurons, ganglia, and neurotransmitters. So what does that mean? That means they can take in information, they can store it, access it, process it, whenever you need to. And they are all authentic brains. Our 3 brains are connected. And today I want to show you just how I did to understand how, by using the 3 brain connections, that you too can ultimately take control of those chemical releases that influence your emotions. I am sure we have all heard people make suggestions such as following your heart or that gut feeling, or sometimes we have had sensations where there is a feeling described as butterflies in our stomach, you know, that heart throbbing that we get other than the regular heartbeat. And there's this nervous energy which connects it and that one can't quite place. However, the feeling is so intense that you sense a vibration of knowing something is about to take place. A lot of people refer to it as intuition. Now, learning how to align all 3 brains will unleash the ability to follow what we all know as this intuition. And that's what both my current partner and I aligned to within ourselves. We both knew that we had the balance between our internal emotions and the physics around us. The vibration was where we understood like attracts like. And we were confident, happy, authentic, and content within ourselves. The feelings within us were controlled and relaxed. Neither of us overthought the date or had any expectations, nor did we assume an outcome. It was overlooked entirely. If my partner did something at that time that might have irritated me in my past, it was dismissed, it was overlooked. I mean, he gets on my nerves now sometimes, but it didn't bother me on the date. We knew ourselves enough to feel comfortable within our own skin and around the other people or the person around us. We knew ourselves enough to self-accept and therefore accept the other person. And we had enough self-love to know and now get to know each other and eventually allow the other person to love us back. So how do we feel this energy? And knowing what we are about to manifest, take control of those nervous energies that block you from moving forward or in spiraling into familiar negative thoughts. So you see, managing anxiety and inner stress can bring about your emotions and chemical releases, but not all of those chemical releases have to be negative. Being in control of those chemical releases is knowing that you feel balanced, calm, level-headed, no matter what the situation. Because when you allow your brains to work together harmoniously, you can tap into something quite extraordinary. For example, before I was going on my date, naturally, I felt a little nervous, but I was able to switch my inner dialogue and convince myself to believe the anxiety present was excitement. So before the cortisol kicked in, I took control and changed my chemical releases to dopamine. I looked forward to meeting my partner. I appreciated the fact that he too was taking time out to meet me. So each of these three brains is a driving force. It is like a computer's hard drive where the neural networks can be located in the network in our head, heart, and gut. And each brain processes different information from the world inside your body and your world outside of your body. So communication between the three brains is a non-stop highway. You might think that the cephalic brain, the brain in your head, is the one calling all of the shots or is the boss, but research suggests both the heart and the gut brain send more information to the head brain, and it circulates. Surprisingly, a lot more information goes from the heart to the head brain than the other way around, which is what influences the decisions you make. So when we activate and optimize these three brains instantly, we balance our entire nervous system. This calms the mind and supports the body to access the three most important forms of ability and yourself entirely. And the first ability is understanding your own cognitive intelligence, the brain in your head. The brain is holistically turned on and synchronized across all levels. And when you focus on the things you love, you aspire to be, and then of course you thrive because you work incredibly well achieving it. Next, focus on that niche, on the things you need to succeed in. Most of all, process and understand who you are as a person and what you represent. Know your identity, know your personality, know your purpose. Do what you love and love what you do. If it's not what you intended, create, explore. And I think this is the most important, self-talk. Persuade yourself to doing the things that you love. Use the same dialogue that you would advise a best friend. And the second ability is understanding your emotional intelligence, the feeling in your heart, where one can monitor and become aware of their own emotions and perceive them of others in a way that allows for a deeper, authentic connection, just as my partner and I had. We were both divorcees, and we displayed the empathy towards one another. It also helped us manage our own mood more efficiently by anchoring those feelings we had within each other of genuine gratitude and appreciation for life. Everything seems wonderful when you focus on those things that serve a purpose to you. You see, when you are put in a situation such as a first blind date, there are hopes and fears. And But when you let go of any expectations or that fear or any memory of the past adversities that may have held you back, and instead of suppressing who you are, you transform those feelings and you switch the inner dialogue and become confident to display your authentic self. And this is what deepens your heart's intuitive capacity, because you are free to be you. And the third ability is the most important. It is so important to understand your digestive intelligence. The churning in your stomach triggers so many ailments. Think about it. Digestion is a mirror of how we ingest and we absorb and we break down and process thoughts. And digestion is about the input and the stuff that goes into our bodies, which eventually becomes the output. So what comes out of your body? So digestive intelligence involves improving your nutrition according to your precise bodily needs, eating healthily and improving your digestion, which makes you feel comfortable. If you are comfortable in your own skin, you make an effort to look good and feel fabulous. And that vibration, when it's in you, it is out as well. People feel it. Everyone feels it around you. We all know if you are mindful and have a nutritious diet and you're conscious of it in an intuitive sense, this will aid the function of your gut in a good way. And research again suggests that your gut brain helps you in mental health as well as emotional well-being. And we are also aware that anxiety, depression, and even insomnia are sometimes triggered by the chronic digestive disorders or vice versa. And therefore, balancing your gut feeling is critical to good mental and emotional health. So you see, this self-awareness, self-accepting and self-loving approach is food for thought. And the best way you can activate your 3 brains is by doing something so simple. First of all, learn to breathe properly, adopt breath work practice as soon as you open your eyes. Instead of turning to look at your phone, breathe through your belly, link and sync those brains, because when you become aware of breathing and listening to that breath and feeling your heart and using the abdomen to breathe correctly, deep belly breathing helps to send soothing safety signals to your body by activating the calming, relaxing branch of your nervous system. And your 3 brains thrive when your body and mind feel safe. Second, expand the breathing technique by breathing in and imagining that the breath is coming in from the bottom of your spine and it travels up your spine to the top of your cephalic brain and into your pineal gland. Sadhus and yogis have used this technique in India for so many years, and it is not only excellent for your head brain, but it also helps activate the other 2 brains. So practice mindfulness and being present. This will help you to rewire your head brain while also triggering a coherent state in your heart and gut. And thirdly, again, another ancient Indian practice, sing, hum, or chant out loud. Chanting a mantra out loud stimulates your vagus nerve, an important nerve that runs from the base of your head down your face, your ears, your throat, your heart, and along your digestive tract. Again, in many cultures, chanting a consistent sound has helped reactivate this nerve, which turns all 3 brains online. And remember, I said that your mind is like a computer. So finally, and this is what brought my partner and me together, is that we were living a life of gratitude, when you adopt a life of daily gratitude practice and genuinely appreciate life because you live by practicing mindfulness and being present and only holding on to the good stuff, this activates your body's healing defenses and impacts each of your 3 brains. Gratitude can rewire your brain and impact your heart. And when this happens, every system in your body enters coherence. Everything is in sync, resulting in more well-being, more fulfillment, and more joy. So what I want to leave you with today is that remember, each brain has several functions that it serves better than the others, and your cognitive perception and making meaning of things is the seat of creativity. Our heart brain is meant to take the lead on emotional processing. It is the source of compassion. And our gut brain is designed to focus on our sense of self and self-preservation. It is the root of courage. Know that each brain can learn, change, and communicate to your whole self, where you have control of your mental, emotional, and sometimes physical state. You can become truly engaged and give your best in all areas of your life when listening to that inner dialogue through the 3 brain equilibrium. For example, if you see that chocolate cake, sure, if you want to eat it, but know your gut won't like it. However, if your brains are in sync, your brain will convince you to work off through exercise, which will then convince your heart brain that you don't have to feel guilty because you did a workout to burn off those calories. You see, everything is listening and learning and growing from that. You see, learning to listen and interpret what each of the brains is saying is crucial. So whether you listen to your gut, follow your heart, or think with your head, it's time to start activating and tapping into all of your intelligence centers to create a better, healthier you and get to the point of wiser decision making. And that inner knowing, that intuition is what will add to your fearlessness. Thank you so much for listening, and please feel free to connect with my details. I'll put them up and display them now.
Thank you so much, Belinda. I learned so much. I think everybody's feeling the same.
Thank
And
you.
we're really going to start paying attention to those 3 brains and how they connect. So Belinda has put her information in there, her contact information. I did send out in the original email that I'll have her email address and her website. But Belinda, if you want to also post the links in the chat, you're most welcome to do that. And of course, definitely stay in touch with Belinda. She's a brilliant woman who I just love how you explained everything in terms of how everything connects. You know, it makes a lot of sense in terms of how things show up in our lives. So thank you, Belinda, for sharing that today. So I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today. I've been emailing people with winning prizes. So our next winner is Brenda Fishley. So congratulations, Brenda. In between and listening, I've been filling out, the addresses, and I want to drop those in the mail today or tomorrow. So if you're one of our winners, if you can send me your mailing address. So far, we've had Angel Gilreath, Kimberly Wilson, and now Brenda Fishley. So if you just reply to my email, send me your mailing address, then I will drop those into the mail today if I can, and if not, during the week for sure. And we're going to do more prizes. So if you haven't entered for the prizes today, just drop me an email, info@onewoman.ca, and you'll get entered. We're going to give away lots of goodies today. And I have some beautiful things that are all handmade by our women's empowerment projects right around the world. So our next amazing speaker is no stranger to the Fearless stage. It's Nadine Hatztolios McGill. So hi, Nadine. How are you today?
Hello. How are you, Charla?
Awesome. Awesome. So I'm going to introduce you, Nadine, and you can take it away. Where are you joining us from today?
I am in Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada.
Lethbridge, so just down the road from me.
Yes.
A little further down on the number 2. So I'm going to introduce Nadine. Nadine Hatztolios McGill is an impact maker. She predicts when all women recognize nature and hold their true worth high, in high esteem, womankind will have an astronomical positive impact on the world. Nadine is a 2 times best-selling author in the collaborations What Self-Love Got to Do with It and Creating Impact, the ultimate guide for purpose-driven entrepreneurs. Author of Plain Truth, Daily Quotations, an inspirational poet, and is writing a book about healing. Her podcast series, Alpha Unleashed, teaches how to tap into your creative zone, harness its power, and live a confident life. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Psychology and Religious Studies and a nursing diploma. Please welcome the amazing Nadine McGill-Hatziolius.
Thank you, Charla. Thank you, everyone, for joining me as I speak about recognizing your true worth. I'm talking about the worth you hold as a person, the worth you have just because you exist. And I would love for you to participate with me in this presentation by refraining from writing in the chat until the end. Please settle into the support underneath you. Breathe deeply and relax into your body. Close your eyes and listen carefully to my words. Hello, universe. It's Nadine knocking. I figured it was high time to visit you. Thank you for taking the time to see me. Yes, I know it's been a while since we talked, 50 odd years actually. I lost my way a long time ago. I lost myself. What's that? Why didn't I come for help earlier? I don't know really. I think I got it in my head that I had to do this thing called life all alone. Well, stoically, that is. I saw my mom struggling and doing everything on her own. She was so proud and so ashamed. She wouldn't tell a soul about her problems. So that's what I did too. I shut down, and I was only about 4 years old. Yes, just 4 years old. I did find myself always trying to make my mom happy so I could ease her pain, but that never seemed to work. And that was very depressing for me. And I was angry, so angry. At my tender age, I wondered why people were so afraid to ask each other for help. And why couldn't we just be nice to each other and take care of one another more? And the amount of shame and guilt that people concoct is inconceivable, especially since we're all virtually the same and wanting the same thing, to belong, to be seen, and to matter. To add to my perplexity, when I started school, I got really sad. They kept telling us what to do. We had to be quiet all the time. We couldn't have fun, laugh, or sing. We couldn't hold hands or hug. Sit here, read that, don't talk. Keep your hands to yourself and your eyes on your own paper. Oh, I got really confused about how I was supposed to be. And the worst part was they kept yelling at me to stop daydreaming. I daydreamed a lot. I think I was trying to escape so I could live in my version of how the world should be. I wanted to find my way back to me, to find my way back to you, universe, who sent me here to be my unique self. And I got in trouble for it. It was absolutely mortifying. So I quickly learned that if I did what I was told and I pleased others, I would never, ever be humiliated again. No wonder I've had migraines since I was 7. Living in stress and a hypervigilance of trying to fit in will do that to a person. I found myself attempting to control everything so that I could have some semblance of order and expectations. I felt focused on following rules and doing what others wanted. I rarely ever spoke up for myself or voiced my opinions. You can't do that when you're constantly focused on other people's needs. I couldn't even make simple decisions because I was afraid of disappointing everyone else or in getting things all wrong. What I needed, what my soul wanted, became irrelevant. I did not matter. And no wonder I woke up in the middle of the night in my 40s, one night in excruciating abdominal pain. Did you witness that, universe? I thought it was something I ate or the stomach flu. But 2 more months of the same agonizing episodes, multiple inconclusive tests, the huge weight loss, and then collapsing on my bathroom floor with no vital signs. I wasn't surprised it was cancer. Were you, universe? And if I didn't express it then, I want you to know, universe, how extremely grateful I was for the biggest abdominal surgery known to man and 6 months of chemotherapy that saved my life. And I have been equally as thankful for the 9 years of clean health that have followed. That health journey through cancer was sure a wake-up call for me, universe. I know most folks approach cancer with fear and trepidation, but I can honestly say that I saw it as a message I desperately needed to pay attention to. I had lived in that fear, stress, anger, and sadness for so long that it caused a huge, huge lack of self-esteem and self-worth. And isn't it ironic that the cancer manifested in my 3rd chakra, the chakra center that relates to personal power, self-esteem, and power of transformation? After I recovered physically, I did feel like I had gone through a spiritual transformation. I felt as though I had squeezed through the eye of a needle, and that forced me to take a long, hard look at my life. So I did begin exploring and engaging more often in activities that made me happy, instead of wasting all my energy on trying to please others. I started examining my beliefs, letting go of self-criticism, exploring and forming my own opinions and voicing them. And also, I found myself writing for about 10 years before that, not really knowing what I was supposed to be doing with my writings. And then one day, out of the blue, I met a publisher. And guess what happened next? Yes, I became a published author in the collaborative book, What Self-Love Got to Do With It? And then in the collaboration, Creating Impact, the Ultimate Guide for Purpose-Driven Entrepreneurs. You certainly do work in mysterious ways, universe. And I took the lessons that I learned about self-esteem and I created a 20-episode podcast called Alpha Unleashed. It teaches people how to tap into their creative alpha brainwave zone, harness its imaginative power, and create the life they want. I was well on my way, or so I thought, to complete physical, mental, and spiritual healing. Back to my true self, back to a connection with you, universe. And I do freely admit that I was still ignoring some intuitive guidance from you. I continued to work in a job I hated. It stressed me out daily. But my ego kept convincing me that I could handle the pressure since I was doing several other things right, so to speak. But as you are aware, universe, February 17th, 2021, that fateful day, I was told not only had the cancer returned, but it had metastasized and was incurable. Hearing this diagnosis was a huge blow, since the type of cancer I had statistically had less than 3% chance of recurring. So between you and me, universe, I gotta say, I was gutted. It took me a few weeks to get over the shock, but I decided not to wait so long to ask for your help. I had alienated myself for long enough. And I'm trusting with every fiber of my being that I have something deeper to learn, something that I am meant to cultivate and share with the world. The message I am hearing loud and clear this time is saying, stop, listen. You are not honoring yourself. You are not being who you are meant to be. It is saying, seriously, Nadine, what is it going to take to get you to respect yourself and your purpose? It is saying, what is it going to take to get you to recognize your true worth and share it with the world before it's too late? Since putting my trust in your hands, universe, some phenomenal things have happened. Over the past year, while going through aggressive chemotherapy treatments, I keep having these epiphanies. It's like I'm finally seeing the wonder and joy in life. I've also had what I called downloads to my brain of poems and insights and revelations that are helping me through this health journey. I'm feeling so blessed, so cared for, so worthy of receiving your support. Through the partnership of medical treatment and the other methods I'm using to heal, I've been able to eradicate the metastasized tumors in my lungs. And I truly believe the willingness to surrender to your divine plan has played a huge role in that accomplishment. Another cool thing that has happened, I went back to visit my 4-year-old self recently. I journeyed back through hypnotherapy to tell her that everything was going to be okay. But something incredible took place. She told me instead that everything was going to be okay. I rediscovered right then and there how very wise my 4-year-old self is. She also told me that I'm to write my own book, and I'm currently working on it. The title is Just Color: How My 4-Year-Old Self Taught Me How to Heal. Thank you, by the way, universe. I now know that you have always, always had my back, that you've always been there, waiting for me to see myself, to love myself, to honor myself, and to be myself. I have value. I have something to share that only can come from me. So, universe, I am exceedingly happy and very, very grateful to be able to speak with others who have lost themselves like I did. I want to ask them, when will you take the time to seriously consider your worth? And what are you willing to give up as a result of not taking the time to recognize your worth? Are you willing to give up your health, your mental stability, your time on this earth? Now, I'm not saying you'll get sick, but I am saying there's a trade-off for not taking the time to understand your value. There's a trade-off for denying your soul its full expression. And there's a trade-off for not being who you really are. You matter more than you will ever be able to comprehend. And it is well past time to start acknowledging who you were sent here to be. Universe, I am speaking here today to guide all those listening to their true worth. So all of you now, please follow me. Close your eyes and let my words carry you on a journey of discovery. Let them envelop you and permeate your being. With your eyes closed, imagine you are out walking in nature along a beautiful path. As you travel down the path, you see something ahead glistening on the ground. It's a nugget of gold. What will you do? Will you pick it up and cherish it? Or will you ignore it, dismissing its value, and go on your way? Stop. Pick up the nugget of gold. Feel its soft smoothness. Marvel at its shimmering exquisiteness. You can't believe that you've stumbled across this rare commodity. Hold it lovingly in your hands. It begins to feel rather familiar, and you are enjoying becoming acquainted. Gold is soft and malleable, but it never loses its strength or splendor. And it needs no validation. Sure of its qualities, it never fears being morphed into something it is not. And neither does it apologize for its intense radiance. Now see yourself as the nugget of gold, precious, shining, valuable, one of a kind. You can be that. You are that. You and you alone validate your existence, your essence, your worth. And never again will you feel anything other than magnificent, other than enough, valuable, and significant. I see you. I see the wonderful being that you are. I see deep into your eyes, deep into your soul, I see right into the pool of wonderment that you are. And I see countless nuggets of gold before me, each fashioned in its own distinctive form, revealing its brilliance to the world, each a remarkable design, blossoming in brilliant color and light. Where did you come from? And what has hidden your beauty for so long? How sad that the world has been deprived of you all these years. Now, take that nugget and release it to the universe and transition with me to a new space. With your eyes closed, imagine we are all in a large conference room. I'm at the front of the room on the stage, and you are all sitting in the rows of chairs before me. I come down off the platform and begin walking amongst you. As I come nearer to you, I reach out my hand and I clasp yours in mine. I am glad that I can hold something so extraordinary. I put my hands on your shoulders, look deeply into your eyes, knowing that I am gazing into a soul full of treasure, treasure that is here for all to cherish, prize, adore, and appreciate. I reach up and I cup your face gently in the palm of my hand, cradling your goodness, your greatness. I see that you finally understand and embody how valuable you are, and I release you to the world, knowing that the esteem you finally hold for yourself is steadfast and intact. I feel assured that your newfound comprehension of your true worth will never, ever again allow anything to diminish you. Not a cruel word, not a harmful thought, not a damaging act. You will absolutely and forever embrace the miracle that you are. Now take a deep breath, everyone, and release your magnificence to the universe. Consider how you will proceed from this moment on. What will you do to honor your attention to your worthiness? When you turn off this summit, will you habitually drop back into the rat race of life, the rush of preparing meals, getting work completed, doing dishes, running to the store, and countless other daily activities that clutter our lives? Will you instantly forget to nurture yourself, to nurture your worth? Will you ignore how special you just felt as I was guiding you to your worth? Will you deny how good it felt to be recognized for your uniqueness? Will you dismiss the feeling of wholeness, the feeling like at last you mattered? And will you let unfounded fear, guilt, and shame hijack your majestic being again? Stop ignoring your talents that are natural to you, your abilities, and your desires. Stop trying to please others, and stop hiding your beauty. Dabble with the idea of your greatness and begin to knead it into your fiber and share your greatness wholeheartedly. You are an integral part of this cosmic order. From this moment on, when you find yourself imagining how you'd like to be, don't stop daydreaming. Let yourself engage in those fanciful thoughts and think of ways to pursue and reveal your magnificence. And be gentle with yourself. Give yourself the grace to take the time to discover yourself. Forgive yourself and others for whatever needs forgiving and get it out of the way. Let it go. Pay attention to yourself. Self-love isn't just a spa day. It's loving attention to your whole being, your whole body, mind, and soul. And align yourself with the universe. You know you're aligned when your body tingles and vibrates with delight. You accomplish this by doing what makes your heart sing. So find that thing and engage in it. It makes you feel free. You lose track of time when you're doing it. And it speaks to your soul and generates a sense of belonging, purpose, and peace. And laugh a lot. Laughter is incredibly healing. Learn to trust yourself and the universe by listening to and following your intuition. And finally, give thanks a lot for the awareness and the permission to be your true self 100% of the time. And then surrender to the universe. Move forward with the promise to carry on, infusing every moment henceforth with the beautiful, gifted entity that is you. Recognize your magnificence, recognize and share your true worth. Thank you very much, everyone.
Absolutely beautiful, Nadine. And that just echoes all the things that the ladies have been putting in the chat. So be sure to go through all of
I
those
will. Thank
because,
you. Thank you,
yeah,
everyone.
you definitely got so much love through that talk. And thanks so much for sharing all of that, Nadine. So Nadine, if you want to share any links in the chat as to how the
Sure.
ladies can connect with you, and if you want to share any links for your books, I'm sure many of us would love to get a copy to read during the year. So thank you, Nadine. And I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. So Ebony, if you could turn on your sound and video, and Nadine, if you want to turn yours off.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to just put in the chat one more time as to how to enter for the prizes, because I'm going to do another door prize after our next amazing speaker. So Ebony, how are you?
I'm doing good, Charla. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It feels like it's been forever since we're in Beverly Hills, and it was only like maybe 6 weeks ago. So
yeah, I had an amazing time.
yes, we had so much fun. Ebony is one of our 100 most powerful women. So Ebony, where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining you guys from Los Angeles, California.
Okay, so you're also in Los Angeles. I wasn't too sure if you might be in Vegas already. So I will introduce you and you can take it away. So Ebony is 40 years young. She's been an entrepreneur for 10 years and is the owner and operator of Unique Strands. She is the mother of 4 and the true definition of resiliency. And she is now an emerging speaker. Please welcome the amazing Ebony Williams.
Thank you, Charlotte, for that nice introduction. I just want to talk to you guys today about not letting your past dictate your future. We all come from somewhere. We all have a past. And I just want to make sure you guys know it's okay, no matter what you've been through. Don't let your past hold you back. Don't let that determine where you're going in life. You know, we all come with bumps and bruises. We all got a track record, but use that to fuel you. Use that to help you get to your next point as a stepping stone in life. A lot of people know that I have a successful hair salon business, but they don't know what all I had to go through to get there. They don't know where I came from, you know. So I just want to encourage somebody to not live in fear, to choose faith over fear, always. They cannot coexist in the same space. So you got to choose. So don't walk in fear. Don't let your past hold you back. If it's something that you want to pursue, if it's something that you would like to do, if it's God put something on your heart, a business or anything, go for it. Go for it. Don't walk in fear, no matter how old you are. Which brings me to my story. I was 30 years old when I first went back to beauty school and became a licensed cosmetologist. In fact, many don't know that was my second time around. See, the first time I went to beauty school was back in 2003. I was 21 years old and 7 months pregnant with my 3rd child. I made a choice to go to beauty school to better my life and secure my future for me and my kids. But after a few months, they told me I needed clearance from the doctor to continue. I thought, hey, no big deal. I would go to the doctor and continue school. But instead, the doctor said he would not be responsible for me being pregnant around all those chemicals. I was forced to drop out. I sat on the side of the curb and I cried for about an hour. I cried because I knew if I didn't finish then, there was a strong chance I wouldn't come back. See, I knew I needed to be there. That was the only positive thing I had going on in my life at the time. It gave me some sort of hope, some accountability, and something to look forward to. But just like that, I was forced to quit. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew with my life, I wasn't just going to have a baby and return to school. Well, a month later, unexpectedly, my baby passed away while inside of me. I didn't know how to deal with the loss of a child. So like I deal with everything else, I drank, I smoked every day. That was the only coping skill I knew. While dealing with the hurt and the loss of my child, I was shot in the back. That bullet grazed my spine, shattered my vertebrae, collapsed my lung, put holes all through my intestines. That one bullet ricocheted all through my body. Not knowing if I was going to live or die, I ended up having multiple surgeries. I ended up with a colostomy bag for 8 months. Now here I am, 21 years old, with 2 kids, no job, no high school diploma, rehabbing from a gunshot wound, fighting for my life. I couldn't believe in a blink of an eye, I had to experience all that pain and trauma. I started to sink into a severe depression. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I literally hated my life and everyone in it. Depression had really taken over my life, which would last for almost the next 7 years. As I was trying to get myself back together, my mom passed away unexpectedly the day after her 46th birthday. Now I was really devastated. It was one of the hardest things I had to go through in my life. Now, I'm 27 years old, single parent of 4, no education, no high school diploma. Mom passed away, shot in the back, stabbed in the face, raped and molested, all by the age of 27. I couldn't even begin to think I had a chance in life. Life has shown me absolutely nothing but pain, trauma, and sorrow for 27 years. I had completely given up on life, myself, and God. I was ready to commit suicide. Right at that point in my life, I had to make a decision. I had to decide whether I wanted to live or die. It was in that moment, 2 things that I realized. 1, I wasn't in control of everything that had happened to me, but I was in control of how I chose to respond to it and cope with it. 2, it was up to me to change the narrative of my life and turn it into a different story. I didn't want to be depressed anymore. I didn't want to be on welfare, and I definitely didn't want to be an uneducated woman. So what did I do? What did Ebony do? I went back to beauty school. I went back to school and got my GED. I got my cosmetology license. I got off welfare, and I opened up my own establishment. I could have let all those things destroy me, but I let them build me. Sometimes you got to go through the darkness to appreciate the light. And if I didn't know what pain felt like, I wouldn't be able to identify joy. What is joy? Joy is waking up thankful that I have seen another day because I could have died behind that bullet. What is joy? Joy is watching those four kids do something great with their life. And let me add, 2 of them are in college now, doing amazing things. What is joy? Joy is waking up not having to answer to anybody but myself because I work for myself. What is joy? Joy is not allowing what I went through to define where I was going to, but more like what I went through made me who I am destined to be. And what is that? That is an entrepreneur. Those things I went through wasn't the end of my life, but the beginning of my life. I became a successful 6-figure earner. It wasn't by far an easy ride. But in the words of my favorite speaker, Les Brown, when life is hard, you got to do it hard. And let me tell you something else. Always remember, never let your past dictate your future. And I'm going to say that again. Always remember, never let your past dictate your future. My name is Ebony Williams. I'm the owner and operator of Unique Strands, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Ebony. Oh my gosh, and what a story that is. And we're so lucky to have you here today. And of course, as part of 100 Most Powerful Women. And as I mentioned, I sent out everybody's contact information that if you're wanting to connect with Ebony, you have her email address. Ebony, if you want to share anything in the chat, you're most welcome to do that. But definitely look in the chat of all the inspiring comments and all the love sent to you, Ebony, for sharing your fearless story today. Yeah, you should be so proud of yourself. It's an amazing story and such an important message for all of us to not let our past dictate our future. So I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker, but I have done another draw. So our next draw winner is Beth Ann Wallace. So Beth Ann, I do see you online still. So I sent you an email. Just reply to that email with your mailing address, and I'll get your beautiful handmade gift in the mail today or tomorrow. So our next amazing speaker is Paula Fallon. So Paula, if you want to turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Paula.
Hi, Charla. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
Gosh, you just shine like an angel right now. You're just radiant, and glowing, and there's some great lighting apparently in that room as well, because everything's just lit up so beautifully and your background is so beautiful. Where are you joining us from today, Paula?
In the suburbs outside of Philadelphia.
All right, so we're heading from we're just in the West Coast with Ebony, and now we're right in the East Coast with Paula. So I'm going to introduce you, Paula, and then you can take it away. So as a teenager, Paula went from anorexia to bulimia, and then spent her 20s, 30s, and 40s yo-yo dieting, which eventually led to health issues. Paula understands firsthand the struggles women face when it comes to their weight. After developing and implementing her FML system, her health improved significantly. The weight started coming off with ease, her relationships are thriving, and her business skyrocketed. Paula is a speaker, author, and holistic health coach who has made it her mission to help other women heal their relationship with weight so that they can elevate their health, their relationships, and their bank accounts and create the life they deserve. Please welcome the amazing Paula Fallon.
Thank you so much, Charla. And thank you for this amazing platform where I'm able to stand in my truth and share my gifts and my passion and my purpose so that I can make this world a better place. And what I'm going to share with everyone today is going to help you stand in your truth, to share your gifts and your passion and your purpose so that you can make the world a better place. And I really believe that in order for you to do that, you need to feel really good in your body so that you can thrive. And the way that I help women to feel great in their body is to help them to stop dieting and actually eat to thrive so they can get to a whole new level in their life. You know, I understand the struggle that women have with their weight, and I've learned how to overcome that. And now I help other women do that as well. So I just want to tell you about my amazing life right now. I live in this incredible community. I have a great marriage, best marriage of my life. I've had two. And I live near all my adult children. I have 4 of them. I get to hang out with them. I have 2 beautiful fur babies. I have friends that I could have never imagined having 7 years ago, or even a year ago for that matter. And, you know, the thing is that I look and feel better than I've ever felt in my entire life. And of course, I'm older than I've ever been. And so now I just get so excited and happy to be able to help other women around the world to look and feel their best so they can show up the way they were meant to show up in the world. So I just want to share with you a little bit about my story. As Charla told you, I was anorexic at 14, bulimic by the time I was 17, and then went on to spend the next 25 years of my life yo-yo dieting. I stopped counting how many diets I was on after the 12th one. I spent a lifetime struggling with my body image, my relationship with food, and because of that, a lack of confidence in who I was. And then 8 years ago, I hit rock bottom. And, you know, I was to the point where I was so miserable, I just didn't know how I was going to go on. And at that point, I was overweight. I was having health issues. I was having major digestive issues. So, you know, constantly feeling bloated and feeling like having gas and having diarrhea and always having to excuse myself at the most inopportune times to have to go to the ladies' room. And I was just miserable. I didn't feel good in my body, and I didn't feel like I was fearless. I thought about it and I was like, you know what? I don't even really like my friends. Like, I don't even really have the kind of friendships that I want. I was in my second marriage and it was tanking big time. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to stay in that marriage. I was so dissatisfied with every single aspect of my life. And I never took the time to really take care of myself, right? At that time, I was running a 6-figure plus business. I was very successful, but I was making myself my last priority. I was working 7 days a week and I wasn't paying any attention at all to me. If you have ever felt that way, put an "oh yeah" in the chat. If you felt that way in the past, put a "oh yeah." If you maybe feel that way now, put "yeah, me." If you can ever imagine that you might feel that way accidentally or unconsciously in the future, put a "oh yeah." I felt so stuck. I just want to share with you a picture of what I looked like at that time, so you truly have an understanding of what it was like. This was me at 35 pounds. Now, 35 pounds may not sound like a whole lot of weight to a lot of people, but that was a lot of weight for me. And I felt like I was 50 pounds. I felt like all the time, right? But you can see in this picture that I look happy. That's my husband now. I was dating my husband, and to the outside world, I had a successful business. My kids were thriving. I always presented myself in a positive way to people. So people thought I was really happy. And what they didn't know was how I really felt, like Paula Puffed. Like any day now, the Ghostbusters are going to call me up. I felt miserable. And I know I wasn't alone. I know I'm not alone. I know there are so many women out there that feel exactly this way. That's when I had to make a decision. That's when I had to make a choice. I had to find someone who could help me, because I couldn't do it on my own. I needed encouragement. I needed support. I needed accountability. And so I needed to work with someone who really understood how I felt, because they've been there, they've gone through it, they found their way out, and now they were helping other people to do the same thing. So 7 years ago, I was listening to a speaker, and everything she said resonated with me. I just felt this connection to her. So I hired her as my first private coach. I signed up right away, right after I heard her speak. And I knew the first thing I really needed to focus on was weight loss so that I could turn my health around. And that's when I realized that the weight was actually a symptom of other things that were going on in my life. And I had to change the way I was thinking. Because once I was able to change the way I was thinking, I could change the words that I was saying out loud to myself. And words are containers of power. What you say out of your mouth goes right back in your ear into your brain, and your brain searches for all of the data to support what you're saying. And this had been a real issue for me. And I have found in coaching women that it's a real issue for everyone who has weight that they don't want to have on them. And so the coaching really helped me get crystal clear about how I was feeling, because everything starts with the way we're feeling. And once I could understand the way I was feeling, I could understand the impact of that and my words on everything else in my life, including my weight. And then I realized that in order for me to be the best I could be, I had to make myself my number one priority. And it wasn't a selfish decision. I was going to do it without feeling guilty, because, you know, oftentimes we as women are so giving of ourselves that when we actually try to make ourselves a priority, we're made to feel selfish. And then we feel guilty because we feel like somehow we're not doing everything we should be doing for everybody else. But the truth is that I had to be true to myself. I had to be true to myself so that I could feel good in my body, so that I could be healthy, so that I could show up, so that I could serve everybody that I served on my highest level possible. And we can't do that if we're not being true to ourselves. And so I had to love myself enough to really commit. It had to be 100%. So I want you all to just stop for a moment and take a breath with me. Breathe in for 3. And let it go for 3. Do one more time. In for 3. And breathe out for 3. Now I want you to feel if you have made yourself the number one priority, or if you have made yourself the last priority. Are you the first priority in your life so you can do what you need to do for self so that you can serve all the other people that you serve in your life? Have you in the past been the number one priority in life? Are you now? Do you think you might be in the future? If you feel like you haven't been the first priority and you don't make yourself the first priority now, will you raise your hand for me? Raise your hand for me. Just acknowledge it, right? It's okay. You love people and you want to take care of people and you want to help people. But you know what? Here's the thing. You can love them and help them even more if you make yourself the priority. So here's what I learned working with my coach. I grew more in the last 7 years than I have in my entire life, in all areas of my life. I've lost 35 pounds. I've been able to maintain my weight without dieting, without deprivation, and still eating my chocolate every day if I want to eat my chocolate, and still eating the foods I love, and still having my glass of wine. Because you can lose the weight and still eat foods that you love. But the biggest thing is that I feel comfortable in my body. I mean, literally, I don't even just feel comfortable. I feel freaking amazing in my body. I feel better in my body than I ever have in my life. And you can feel that way too. I noticed as I was losing the weight and making myself the number one priority, my relationships started getting better. My finances started improving. And of course, my health was improving. So I felt better and better and better. And not only that, something very interesting happened. I actually felt more connected to my source of power. I call that God. You may call that something else. But I found that I started to have this deeper connection, this energetic connection that created this level of peace inside of me that I have never had in my life. And no matter what's been going on in this world during the pandemic and whatever's on the news and whatever you see when you have to go out grocery shopping and we can't see anybody's faces anymore, I walk around with this inner sense of peace that's mind-blowing to me. It's incredible. So I've realized that in my efforts to lose the weight, I actually created massive results in every other area of my life. And here's why that happened, because when you have clarity, then you can have energy. When you have energy, you have more focus, and you have that in every area of your life because everything in our lives is interconnected. And so I have energy. I have an amazing marriage. A marriage that I thought was going to end in divorce is incredible. The best relationship I've ever had in my life. I have friends in my life now that I could have never imagined I'd be friends with. These are fearless women who are changing the world, and they're my friends. I create unbelievable memories with my adult children, and I lead my children by example. They watch me walk my talk. And that is so powerful. And I'm doing work that makes me happy because I'm helping other women to get to this same place in their lives. And, you know, you're going to see when you do the work, when you make yourself the number one priority, your relationships improve, your finances improve, your health improves, and your life literally will start blowing your mind. You'll have to pinch yourself and say, wow, is this really my life? So here's what I learned that I want to share with you today. Diets don't work. They're not sustainable. Statistics show that 80 to 95% of everyone that ever goes on a diet will gain the weight back in 2 to 5 years, and most people gain even more than they lost. So folks, diets don't work. And then what happens, as what happened with me, you go on this roller coaster ride. Weight loss, weight gain, weight loss, weight gain, weight loss, weight gain. And here's what happens to your body. It actually increases the fat percentage in your body at the expense of your muscle mass and your strength. And then, of course, we've got health issues that come up, right? We've got high blood pressure, we've got diabetes, we've got heart disease, we've got cancer, and so many autoimmune issues, which is just everybody out there probably knows at least one person who's struggling with an autoimmune issue. The secret is to take small baby steps. That's the secret to real permanent change. I took one small step at a time, and when they all added up, I created massive change in the way I felt, the way I looked, and the way I showed up in the world. And that's what I do for my clients. So I use my FML system, and it's not like the emoji, you know, F my life. Although I have to tell you, when I was at my lowest point, that's exactly how I felt. But what it is food, movement, and love. And that's self-love. We don't have time to talk about all of those today. So today I just want to talk to you about food, because what we eat not only just goes through our digestive system and through our bloodstream, but you have to understand it becomes an integral part of our cell tissue and it embeds in our body on every level, physically, mentally, emotionally. And so I want to tell you my 5 steps to create change immediately in your life. You can start this today, and I invite you to do so, and you will see things changing in your life if you implement these 5 simple steps. Okay, you're going to see a shift in energy, a shift in the way you feel, a shift in the way that you show up in the world. So number 1, stop drinking your calories. I had a friend who drank alcohol every single night, went to Starbucks 2-3 times a day, would get a milkshake once a week. He stopped drinking his calories. Now that's a lot of sugar he was taking in, right? He decided to stop drinking his calories. That's the only change he made in his life, and he lost 80 pounds. So stop drinking your calories is number 1. Number 2, you need to drink water. Half of your weight in ounces. I just want to share this with you. This is the best way to drink your water. This is 16 ounces. I know I have to drink 4 of these every day to get my water in. You can drink too much water. So you want to stay to half of your weight in ounces every day. If you can't get to that, just make it a goal. But it's going to keep your skin hydrated, your joints lubricated, relieves allergies, and so much more. 60% of our body is made up of water. So now we're going to stop drinking our calories. We're going to drink water. We're going to change our plate for number 3. Your plate should be half veggies, with most of that being fresh vegetables and the remainder being fresh fruit. And then a quarter of your plate should be healthy carbohydrates. And then a quarter of your plate should be proteins, healthy proteins that are lean. And, you know, a lot of people need to have a visual for that. So if you go to my website, you'll see where that is at the end. You'll see the visual of that plate. And I would suggest you eat with a large fork and a small lunch plate, because from a visual perspective, it makes our body believe that we're eating more than we actually are. And it makes us feel more satisfied. And then number 4, I want you to limit your sugar intake. So sugar is everywhere. It's in all food products. I mean, for goodness sake, if you go look at a package of bacon and you read the ingredients, there's sugar added to bacon, unless you buy one that doesn't have added sugar. So really try to limit your sugars, and then reward yourself at the end of the week and say to yourself, you know, I'm going to have dessert. Every Saturday night's going to be dessert night because I've worked so hard all week, and I'm just going to enjoy it. And when you enjoy it, like really enjoy it, every minute of it, savor it. And then 5, I want you to get an accountability partner, whether that's a coach, whether that's a girlfriend, whether that you're joining a program. It's really, really hard to do this on your own. And it's a lot more fun to have someone to do it with, to have that accountability, so that when you're struggling and you're having challenges, that they're there to lift you up, that they're there to encourage you, that they're there to tell you they know exactly how you feel, and that they're there to help you get over that hump so that you can continue on your journey to a healthier, more energetic, more vibrant you. So I just want to go over those again. Stop drinking your calories, drink water, change your plate, limit your sugar intake, and get an accountability partner. You know, the roller coaster ride is this with everything, right? Doesn't matter what you're doing that's different than what you've been doing. And eventually you're going to have a smooth ride. The thing is that you're going to suck until you get there, right? And everybody does. It's okay. You're no different than anybody else. We all suck at something new until we don't suck at it anymore. So just keep going, keep trying, don't give up. You know, my goal with my clients is this. I want to help my clients become the expert on themselves. You know, you live inside your skin suit. You've lived there your whole life. You're going to live there your whole life. And you know yourself better than anyone, or at least you should. And if you don't, I can help you with that. But my goal is to make sure that all of my clients walk away being the expert on themselves. You know, that means understanding the signals that your body is sending you, because you know what? Our bodies are these amazing machines, and they will tell us everything we need to know. but we have to know how to tap into what they're saying, understand it, respond to it, and answer back in a way that's going to nourish you, not just in the physical body, but in the emotional body and the mental body as well. So raise your hand if you know this is really hard to do by yourself, or put it in the chat. Say hard in the chat if you know. You know, I understand, because I had nobody supporting me. I wasn't living with anyone that was supporting me. In fact, they were trying to constantly derail me, honestly, because then they would have to take a look at themselves, and they didn't want to do that. So I get it. I know how hard it is. And that's why I got a coach. And so if you're in that situation where you don't feel supported at home and you feel like, you know, I have all these people that are going to derail me, my friends, my family, my coworkers, put me in the chat. You're not alone there. So if you know today that you're ready to take care of your body, because you know that your body is the most important thing, I've opened up some spaces for you to get on my calendar, because I want all of you to be fierce wellness warriors. You know, if you know that you're ready and you want to get started right away, you can just go to chatwithcoachpaula.com. I'll put it in the chat when I'm done here. Or you can come visit me on my website at paulafallon.com. And I just want to leave you with one thing. I'm going to pull up my slide real quick. Oh, not happening. Bear with me. Thank you. I didn't feel like one woman, because I felt like I was going all over the place. And now I feel like a fearless woman. And I want all of you to feel the same way. So stop dieting and eat to thrive.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Paula. And if you want to throw those links in the chat, that would be awesome, because I know you have a few raving fans there that where you definitely have resonated with. And it looks like there's some ladies who really have that as their big goal for this year. And so definitely go back in the chat and you'll see some of those ladies. And Paula's going to share those links so that you can also connect with her, that if you're needing some help, as she said, you know, it's hard to do these things alone. And that's what days like this are all about, is sometimes it's finding that person that can help us get to where we want to go. So thank you so much, Paula. I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today.
Thank you.
No problem. Natasha Williams. Dr. Natasha, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Paula, if you could stop sharing your screen, that would be awesome. And after Dr. Natasha, I'm going to do another door prize. So if you have not entered the prizes, it's info@onewoman.ca. Just send an email and I'll be doing that prize right after Dr. Natasha. Paula, if you just want to turn off your video, that would be great. How are you today, Natasha?
I am great. How are you?
I am fabulous. What an empowering and inspiring day of some powerful speakers.
Absolutely.
So where are you joining us from today?
I am joining you from Toronto, Canada.
Ooh, Toronto. Okay, we're heading from the US back into Canada. So I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So Dr. Natasha Williams is a clinical psychologist, certified international speaker, best-selling author, and one of the clinical directors of Allied Psychological Services in Toronto, Canada. By redefining selfishness, using her radical self-care and empowerment expertise, Dr. Williams moves individuals from typical self-care to radical self-care so that they can improve their physical, emotional, and mental health. Please welcome the amazing Dr. Natasha Williams.
Thank you so much, Charla, for that. Thank you for that great introduction. And it just sounds like there's been some amazing, amazing messages so far. So I want to talk about how do we embrace selfishness. Now, it's so interesting because a lot of times what we do is the minute we hear the word selfishness, we're just like, oh no, we are not going down that road. I am not selfish. I want to take these few moments to hopefully shift your mind a little bit, shift your perspective about selfishness and looking at embracing selfishness as radical self-care. But before we dive in for a second, let's take a moment, just take a step back, and I would love for you to follow me in just a couple of words, a couple of affirmations. And we're just going to start here because it's in these affirmations. If you truly believe in these affirmations, then that's where the radical self-care and embracing selfishness will come in. So we're going to take a step back and say, blessings are chasing me down and overtaking me. I am healthy. Thank you that healing is flowing into me. I am blessed. I am able. I am victorious. I am the head and not the tail. I have seeds of greatness in me. Now, what's fascinating is when we hear these things, or when we aim to speak those things, we're like, yes, this sounds amazing. But what is interesting is for myself and for my journey, as much as I could say these things, I don't think I truly believed those things. I was a person who believed that my life was going really well. I'm a doctor, clinical psychologist. I have a practice in the Toronto area that is thriving. I was married to whom I thought was an amazing man. We had a beautiful home, cars. We would host our families' gatherings. Life seemed to be really, really good. And I really thought, this is the trajectory of my life. But in the midst of all of this, I was putting everyone else in front of me though. So what was interesting is everyone else's needs were in front of mine. But I thought, this is the way that I have to live my life because this is how I was trained as a woman. So the next step in our marriage and our life was, well, next step is to start a family. So if everything else is going well, then this will go well as well. In no time, I'll have my children. Easier said than done. We went through years of infertility and infidelity eventually, but infertility, where we were aiming to try and have children. We were going through all the fertility treatments, and regardless of what was happening, it wasn't happening. So in the midst of all of this, I thought, let me just dive deeper in taking care of everybody else and taking care of everyone else's needs. This will eventually come. The more that I did that was the more I started losing myself. And I started questioning myself as a woman. Something doesn't seem right. I should be able to have children. We'll fast forward, finding out in 2018 that not only was my now ex-husband cheating on me for years, so there was years of infidelity, he made a selfish decision and said, well, we're not having children and I need to have a child. So I made an arrangement to have a child with somebody else. And I was devastated because we were going into the 9th year of our marriage. And I thought everything was fine. So I went from having this great life that I thought I had, but in the midst of that great life, trying to take care of everybody else, to in 1 minute, my world crashing down. Now, what was interesting is in the midst of all of this, he didn't want to end the marriage. He basically said, I need to have a child. I'm having a child with somebody else. Since you can't have a child, we might as well stay married anyway. and you can help me co-parent. So let's just stay married, because this is going to be your best life anyhow. You're not going to get anything better than me. You've known me for how many years? What other life could you have? My world was shattered. But you know what's interesting is that I actually sat back and I believed for a moment that this was going to be my best life, that what he was telling me was true. And when my world crashed down, I had to sit back and I said, you know what? God, you have something better planned for me than what is going on here. I need to put myself in the forefront and look at what my needs are. And what my needs are is to get out of this marriage, because this person that I'm married to does not have my best interest at heart. All he's looking at is what his best interests are, and he does not even think about me. So in that moment, I had to switch, and I had to go from the person whose womanhood is being defined by taking care of everybody else to now placing myself at the forefront and say, what are my needs? What do I need? And what has God designed here so that I can be the person that God has created me to be? And it was in the moment that I decided to choose me that I decided to leave. But in the leaving, you still had him trying to draw me back. Where are you going? What do you think? You think you can do any better than what you have? You're a fool. When I finally decided to take him off the throne and put God on the throne, that was when I truly stepped into my purpose, and I decided to embrace selfishness. Now I'm going to share my screen so that I can give you a couple of tips that I hope is going to be helpful to get you to a place of embracing your selfishness. And again, it's not what you exactly think. I want everyone to just make sure that we understand being fabulously selfish is about taking care of yourself. And the first way that we're going to look at this is to understand that selfish is not a bad word. It is time that we step into this and understand that this is not a bad word. A lot of times this word selfishness has received a bad rap, because what ends up happening is that our womanhood is all of a sudden questioned when we're now deciding to put ourselves in the forefront. A quote from Iyanla Vanzant says, "It is not selfish, it is self-full." And that's the position that we need to be in so that we can truly walk in our purpose. If you leave yourself last, then you risk your own health and your own well-being. So think about this. A car cannot drive if it does not have any gas. You have to fuel yourself so that you can be helpful to others. And when I say embracing selfishness, I'm not just talking about some of the behaviors that we do as women. Go to the spa, get our manicures, pedicures. These are great things. But what we do sometimes, we do them out of a place of guilt, that we've exhausted all of these other things and we're tired, and now we need to take care of ourselves. Now we need to put ourselves in the forefront. Taking care of ourselves does not negate other people. Selfishness, redefined, means that you take care of yourself, body, mind, and spirit. And this echoes what a lot of the other panelists have said today. You want to take care of yourself holistically so that you can be the best version of yourself, strengthening the relationship you have with yourself so that you can choose to say yes to you. And if you want to be in service of others, you can. You can be more available to the people that you love. And it's not at the expense of others. You can then be the best version of yourself. And you know what? We are created and we deserve to be the best versions of ourselves. The second secret I want to give to you is that your worth is non-negotiable. You are created and you are worthy to be everything that you were created to be. The conversation that we have with ourselves reflects our mindset. And this is why I wanted to start by using some of these affirmations, because a lot of times we will use affirmations, but we truly will not believe those affirmations. But the more we aim to understand the conversation that we have with ourselves, we'll put ourselves on a trajectory in terms of our life path. So if you tell yourself you're not worth anything, your thoughts will direct you towards that reality. This dialogue is going to hold you back from realizing your true potential and ultimately your dreams. And what's fascinating is, as a clinical psychologist, what we look at is the term core beliefs. And a lot of times, this dialogue comes from a place of what we call these core beliefs. And these core beliefs come from, a lot of times, our upbringing, how we were raised. So as psychologists, what we aim to do is we aim to find out and understand the root and the foundation of these core beliefs so that we can start dismantling those things. So then when we understand where this conversation has come from, then what we acknowledge is, how do we then change the narrative of that conversation? And that's where we become our more true and fruitful selves. So again, we have to consciously change that inner dialogue. If the dialogue is always negative, then we're going to be stifling our own growth. When we're feeling that we can't embrace our selfishness, you know what we're really saying to ourselves? We say we can't even bring ourselves into the equation and have our needs met. And why do we need to put ourselves in the back burner? Our needs are important. And I aimed to have to truly understand in my marriage that my needs were not being met. And I was not putting myself in the equation. I thought the equation was make sure that everyone else's needs are being taken care of. And ultimately, for my needs to be met, I had to actually just sacrifice. Because if he was happy, then everything should be fine. And I would just stay in a marriage that was miserable. My third secret is get to the front of that line. Put yourself at the front. Too many times we put ourselves in the back of the line. Why? Let's get ourselves to the front of the line. A lot of times what happens to us is we are victims of the superwoman syndrome, people pleasers, living in reaction to others, codependent, allowing our moods and behaviors and actions to be determined by the people around us, placing everyone's needs in front of ourselves, in belief that once we continually sacrifice ourselves, that we are better human beings. And then what happens? A lot of times our dreams, our aspirations become unfulfilled. Redefining selfish begins with being willing to believe that you are worthy of receiving. Anchoring ourselves in our own non-negotiables and giving to yourself as much or even more than you give to others. It calls upon you to get comfortable with naming your own needs and then asking for what you need and being unapologetic about it. So when we're looking at embracing selfishness, what selfishness is not? It's not about narcissism. Because once I understood who my ex-partner was, I truly realized I was married to someone who was narcissistic. Somebody who only had his intentions, his needs, and all he cared about was his needs. And where the selfishness and the narcissism lay was he could use others for his benefit. It did not matter about other people. Once his needs were met, then he didn't care. And it is not to the detriment of others. Embracing your power and your selfishness doesn't mean you have to throw somebody else under the bus or that you don't have to worry about anybody else. It is about taking care of yourself so that you can take care of others and the others in terms of whom you so choose or who's in your life. I've had people tell me I can't be selfish because I have a husband, I have children. Then we haven't redefined selfishness yet. Because again, it is not to the detriment of others. Once you are self-full, as per Iyanla Vanzant, when you are self-full, you are working from a full cup, which means your children get the best of you as well. Your partner gets the best of you as well. But a lot more and more importantly, you get the best of yourself. So what is the first step that you are going to do to take to embrace your selfishness? What is it that's going to be the first step for you to acknowledge your non-negotiables? I would say for you to go back to what we said at the beginning. Look at some of those affirmations. Really take a look at them for yourself. Blessings are chasing me down. Goodness and mercy are following me. I am blessed. I am favored. I have royalty in my veins. Once we start to take a look at that, then we truly start to understand that even in the behaviors, for example, like the spas, the manicures, the pedicures, we do them from a place of being self-full and not from a place of guilt. I would love for everyone to stay in touch with me. And if this resonated with you, I will definitely put the links in the chat box. My book, Embracing Selfishness Is Not What You Think, will provide you with some of the tools that I've spoken about today that will hopefully provide you with some of the skills and the tools that you need to engage in this journey. Because here's the other thing as well, it is a journey. Sometimes we feel that, oh my goodness, I can't do this. I can't be, worried about myself and taking care of myself. Embracing selfishness is what's going to be the most important for our own healing. And I have a gift for everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to go to my link to download my free miracle question worksheet. This will provide you with the first steps to finding your voice, becoming courageous and empowered to step into who you were meant to be. I will also put that link in the chat as well, so you have access to get yourself prepared and ready for that journey. So please feel free to connect with me. Here's my information. And again, I'm on all of the different social medias, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. Let's get started on this journey because we are so worthy and deserving of embracing selfishness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natasha. That was absolutely fantastic. And what a great lesson and reminder for all of us. So much easier to give from an overflowing cup. Absolutely. So if you want to drop any of those links, especially the one for the download, Dr. Natasha, into the chat, then everybody can snap up that wonderful little gift that you've given to all of us. And of course, your information to touch base with Dr. Natasha. And as I mentioned before, everyone who's speaking today in the original email with the agenda and everything that you got today has everybody's websites and email addresses. But if there's somebody that you heard from today and you can't figure out how to touch base with them, feel free to drop me an email anytime and I can definitely make that connection for you. So our next door prize winner for today is Karen Farmer. So Karen, congratulations. I know I have your mailing address, Karen, because you're part of 100 Most Powerful Women, but if you can throw it in an email to me really quick, then I'm going to address your prize and send that out to you today. And Dr. Natasha, if you just want to turn off your video and I'll get, Christina to turn on hers and her sound, I'll introduce our next amazing speaker for today. Hi, Christina.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm excellent. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, of course. Where are you joining us from today?
Naples, Florida.
Beautiful, sunny Florida. I'm so jealous as I sit here in Alberta, Canada. But needless to say, I'm going to introduce you. So Christina J is a single mother to a beautiful teen daughter, currently residing in Naples, Florida. Christina obtained a Bachelor of Science from Tufts University in Boston, Massachusetts, and an MBA from Salem State University in Salem, Massachusetts. Christina has worked in a variety of careers, from teaching and social service work to sales and marketing. She has supported such programs as the Boys and Girls Club, Take Stock in Children, PACE, Shelter for Women, Children's Museum of Naples, No Kid Hungry, Charity Water, Save the Children, and now One Woman. Christina has just published her debut book, The Conscious Divorce, 30 Principles to Help You Choose Yourself. Please welcome the amazing Christina J.
Thank you. You know, it's an honor to be here as part of this Fearless Women Summit. And hello to all you fearless women out there. And nice job, Natasha. I totally agree with you in regards to the choosing yourself, and that's not selfish. So, you know, 5 years ago, I was an extremely miserable person. I was in an unhappy marriage. My marriage was broken and I wanted to get a divorce, but I was petrified of what that meant. I didn't want to move forward and lose everything that I built in my life. I felt that I invested so much of myself into this relationship with my husband. I didn't want my marriage to fail. And, you know, like Adele's song, Easy on Me, I too had the goodest intentions and highest hope for my marriage. So I did everything possible to distract myself. I would stay busy. I sat on my sofa night after night, drinking and thinking about all the reasons why I couldn't divorce. You know, I wanted to keep my happily ever after. However, a whole year went by and I was becoming mentally and physically exhausted because I was not doing anything different. You know, I kept revisiting these same thoughts, like in a wheel of victimhood, where I felt anger, guilt, blame, resentment. And I too saw a therapist like the lady on this cartoon. I kept waiting for something outside of myself to come save me from my own circumstances, but the suffering just got worse because no one was coming to save me. I had to do it myself. So to top it off, one evening, my husband brought a gift home for me and it was a plaque. And on the plaque, it said, "Happiness is an inside job." Well, the irony of this is that we were at the peak of our unhappiness. So I wanted to take the plaque and give it back to him and say that you better get to work. So needless to say, we both were blaming each other for our unhappiness, and my suffering and my unhappiness just continued. You know, I did feel like I was dying inside because I knew I needed to leave my marriage, and I was betraying myself for not doing that, you know, for not choosing myself. I felt that I had all these aha moments coming in though, and it was a blessing. It was my higher self trying to get in touch with me. And little by little, I started to change my perception about my ability to divorce. So my first aha moment was in regards to my daughter. And I was thinking about, it's a hypothetical question, you know, what if your daughter had the same situation that you had? What would you tell her? And it was so easy. I would tell my daughter that she were to choose her happiness and her well-being first. And in that moment, I knew, you know what, this is my journey and I have the right to choose my own well-being first. She will have her own journey and deal with her journey when that time comes. But I knew that if I chose myself first, that I'd have the ability to be a better mother for her because of my dysfunctional marriage, I was not the mother that she deserved. And if I chose myself first, like putting my own oxygen mask on first, I could take care of both of us better. I could be a mother that she was proud of, a woman that she was proud of, and then also give her permission to take her own well-being first in her life. So my second aha moment was when I saw this sign that said imagine on it. Now, I always saw the sign, but for some reason it hit me differently on this occasion. And I started to think to myself, imagine if I could get a divorce. Imagine if I could get a divorce that was successful. Imagine if I had a happy life afterwards. So again, my perception of my situation and my abilities kept shifting little by little. My third aha moment was when I was in the middle of a conversation with my husband, and it was an intense conversation. And in the middle of the conversation, I heard, stop. This is no longer about him. This is about you. What are you going to do about this? So it was as if my higher self suddenly gave me permission to take control of my life, like I forgot that I had power. So my last aha moment was in regards to my true identity. And in this moment, it was a place where I was just surrendering. I was exhausted and tired of thinking about everything, thinking about what I could lose, just thinking about my whole situation. But in that moment, I allowed an inner awareness to come over me. And that awareness was the idea that, you know what, you are not everything you're attached to. What you keep fear losing, it's not you. You're not going to lose the authentic you, which was this inner feeling of peace and stillness that I had inside myself. I felt that I was going to be okay. I was not my circumstances. I was not all the things that I had contemplated losing. I was not anything outside of myself that I need to fear. So I knew I had the ability to move on and to continue to make a life for myself that would be okay. We're always one decision away from a totally different life. And what if in that best life, in that decision was my best life ever? What if in the unknown was that life I was waiting for? So I now understood that I was the only one who could save me from my circumstances. I had to choose myself first. And I honestly never knew that I had to make a conscious decision to choose myself. But when I did, it empowered me to move on and get a divorce. My divorce was a successful divorce. I label it a conscious divorce because it was really just a choice for change. And I executed my divorce consciously, which means that it was done with mindfulness, with knowledge and preparation. I actually had compassion for my entire family, not just myself. However, the divorce definitely was heart-wrenching. It's a difficult situation. And when you're in love with someone for so long, to suddenly leave that relationship, breaks your heart. Then on top of that, I had always turned to my husband for everything. He was my support. He was that person. And to suddenly not have that as well was mind-boggling. So the entire divorce is a balance now between your mind and your heart. And I knew that I needed to have a strategy. So I had a plan. I got my intentions in order, which were my end goal to heal, leave my relationship, and to start a new life for myself and my daughter. I'm over 5 years now outside of my divorce, and I'm healing in layers. It takes time. I had to rebuild my self-esteem, my physical, my mental, and my emotional health. I had to mend my heart, and I had to forgive myself. Most of all, not him, myself, because I had to forgive myself for giving away my power. I'm also the love and support of my daughter, of course. So literally, I had to thank God so many times, and I mean literally, for spiritual love and support, because I wouldn't have been able to get through all of this without that. I'm also thankful for the supportive and healing tools that I picked up along the way, which are a combination of counseling, meditation, acupuncture, exercising, walking through nature. I read and listened to an enormous amount of spiritual and healing books and podcasts. The use of affirmations was extremely impactful in my life during this time because it helped to lift my spirits and it gave me a positive focus to keep moving. And then lastly, I did a lot of journaling, a ton of journaling. And lo and behold, I ended up writing a book called The Conscious Divorce. But you also can't underestimate the relief and release from an intense cry of either tears or rage, trust me, but I did this alone. But the nagging question probably is, like everyone always asks, am I glad I did it? Are you happy after divorce? And the answer for me is absolutely yes. Sometimes in life, we go through a difficult situation just to change us and transform us. And that's what happened to me. My adversity became my greatest teacher. And I learned how to have this new authenticity and power to myself. I redirected my journey with more purpose. I redirected my journey with true happiness. And there's a lot of gifts that you can receive from adversity if you're willing to listen and allow yourself to receive those gifts. And I did, I listened. So when adversity strikes, it's not necessarily the adversity that's the most difficult part, or which really makes the most impact. It's how you respond to your adversity that matters, you know, that determines your whole future life story and how it plays out. So it's important to focus on what you learned from adversity and not necessarily the hurt and the pain. Well, although I had to choose to abort that version of my happily ever after story, you know, I decided that I wasn't giving up. Because with every ending of a story, there's always a new beginning. So turning the page to my new story, I now have a formula for true happily ever after. You know, and this is a process that I call CPR. And I literally had to use CPR to resuscitate my own heart after my divorce. And I know that anyone going through adversity, or if you're coming out of one, CPR can definitely help you to reconnect to yourself and find your true happily ever after as well. So step one of CPR is choose yourself first. You know, it's the first step, but it's the most important step because it puts you in the driver's seat of your life. You know, now you're in charge of your own thoughts, your beliefs, your emotions, attitudes, your actions. You're in charge of everything about yourself and responsible for it. You're also responsible for your own happiness. You know, you can no longer blame anyone outside of yourself for doing anything to you or on your journey that's not your responsibility. Responsibility equals power, and blaming disempowers you. And now I know this. So when you choose yourself first, you're also choosing your own well-being first. And that does mean putting your own oxygen mask on first, because you cannot take care of anyone or love anyone unless you're loving yourself and taking care of yourself first. You know, so by choosing yourself, as Natasha had said, is this selfish or is it self-love? And I say it's self-love because you can't give what you don't have. So are you choosing yourself currently at all? You know, how are you choosing yourself? I know for me, this was about rebuilding the relationship that I had with myself, my authentic self. Because if I love and know thyself, right, I'm able to trust myself again to navigate my life and create a happy and purposeful one. So this step especially, you need courage and you need faith more than fear. And we're going to talk about fear a little bit next. But you also have to be patient with yourself because this is inner and outer work. And I love this quote by Maya Angelou. It says, "We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has to go through to achieve that beauty." You know, so you have to be compassionate with yourself. You have to make changes to your own life with love and not self-judgment. And I actually had a hard time doing that. So when you're in the driver's seat of your life now, you don't want to be stopped on any roadblocks, not by fear. And that's what we're going to talk about next. So the next step of CPR is pass by fear. I'm going to share my thoughts on that, about how to pass by fear, because fear was the biggest roadblock for me in choosing myself and leaving my marriage and getting divorced. You know, Oprah Winfrey said that when whatever you fear the most has no power, it is the fear itself that has the power. And I agree with that, except for this instance. I think that the fear of costly litigation is something to be afraid of. So what is this feeling of fear? This feeling of fear is a sensation or a state of being, right? And it's caused by our thoughts or beliefs. That's what it is. And usually your thoughts of fear are about the future. It can be about a past event that you're reliving that causes fear, but a lot of it is about the future. However, Eckhart Tolle and his understanding of the present moment helped me to get past this fear. So nothing is happening in the past or the future. It's all in our mind, right? All in our thoughts. So if we're focused on the present moment, which is really the only moment that does exist, our life is a continuous present moment. That is the moment where all of our power is. That is our now, where we can exert our focus, our energy, right, and our efforts, because that's where we can make effective change in our lives by making conscious choices and taking action. You know, it does allow you to step out of victimhood. It allows you to create your life instead of feeling like life is happening to you, which is another state of victimhood. You know, and that's magic. So when you do this, you can pass by fear. But another way that fear can trick you, it's also with our own fearful thoughts and beliefs, right? Our self-talk. So make sure to check the validity and truth of everything that you think, including outside information that you take in, because you want to alleviate your life from any unnecessary fear. You know, practice of meditation and just allowing yourself to be still can help you connect to your present moment and your authentic self and God. So set yourself free, as I have done, I'm trying to do still, from your own mental fear-induced, it's like a self-imprisonment. You know, fear is a choice, so you can pass by fear. The last step of CPR is, how are we going to reveal true happiness to ourselves? And I say reveal because it's something that's already there that we don't necessarily realize. So do any of you take intentional steps to make your own happiness? I'm sure you do. Actions to allow you to have happiness. I do, right? I hang out with fun friends. I exercise, I pamper myself. I watch a good movie, I vacation. I even have goals and accomplishments I want to achieve for myself. But a lot of this is, and happiness is an outside type of thing. We always need something more to allow this happiness to stay with us. And it's that idea of when we tell ourselves, you know, we just need that one thing, that one last thing outside of ourselves that will truly make me happy. Well, it's a myth because it's not outside of you. So the Dalai Lama states that the purpose of our lives is to be happy, that human happiness and human satisfaction come from within your own self. So let's go back to the plaque and the beautiful gift that my now former husband gave me, you know, and it said happiness is an inside job. You know, happiness is not really conditional. True happiness is generated from within you, but it's this inner feeling of joy and peace, right? An attitude of gratitude for your own existence. And it can be a spiritual experience because it is your authentic self. It's the true essence of who you are. It's this feeling of love. And we're just revealing what has already been there. So the real treasure of the jackpot is when you can have both. When you have inner happiness and you know the peace and truth of your heart, the outer experiences in your life is just that much greater. They really are. And neither my former husband nor I understood the real meaning of this. And we didn't do the inner work. And so all of you are the ones who have to do the inner work, because only you can reveal true happiness to yourself. So that was the last step of CPR. And if you do the work from CPR, you can be one of these people who are happily ever after, right? It says, where are all these people? Well, these people can be you, and this person can be me. It is us. And it all comes down to using CPR so that you can be empowered, so that you can be fearless, you can be truly happy, so that you can feel your essence of love. You know, Byron Katie said it best when she said in the end that you actually are the one that you've been waiting for. You know, so why wait any longer? Realize your true happiness. And any other relationship that's in your life will really just be the frosting on the cake. So if you haven't figured it out already, what is true happily ever after? Well, what I realized was that true happily ever after is your own true happily ever after is your unconditional self-love. That's it. It's something that's actually always been there. We just have to recognize it. It's our own love crusade, you know, and it's freedom. And this is something that I know that I can say I do. And this is something that I'm teaching my daughter. This is what I want her to know about her true happily ever after. So we're all on our own love crusade, but in the end, we're helping each other because love can only give of itself. So if we all do our part by loving ourselves, you know, everyone benefits. So that's been my greatest gift from my adversity, you know, and I'm honored to be able to share it with you. And in the end, I actually did end up writing a book called The Conscious Divorce. And it was my way of paying forward everything I learned about divorce, healing, all the tools I used to get through it and to heal myself afterwards. And this is my contact page, and that's my website, and that is my Instagram. So thank you so much for your time today. I hope that you got something out of this, and I hope you find your true happily ever after.
Thank you, Christina. That was fantastic. And if you want to put the link to the book in the chat, that would be great.
Sure.
And
sure.
yeah, and I saw in the chat, some people were having maybe some connection issues. I heard and saw everything just perfectly. So we are streaming it as well on our One Woman Facebook page. So that's where you can also be watching the talks and stuff today. If you do get disconnected or have any troubles today, it's also streaming there live. So I just wanted to say that to everyone. I can feel a sneeze coming on. Okay, we'll see if it goes away. So thanks so much, Christina. And I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today, Lisa. Lisa, if you want to turn on your sound and video, Christina, if you want to turn yours off. And if you want to stop sharing your screen, Christina, that would be awesome. Are you there, Lisa?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Lisa. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good,
Hello,
good.
everyone.
And where are you joining us from today, Lisa?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Woohoo!
Hello,
Las
yes.
Vegas, the city that never sleeps. All righty.
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you, Lisa, and then you can take it away. So Lisa Vasquez is a registered radiologic technologist who has specialized in breast health mammography imaging for the past 40 years. Lisa has a passion for uncovering menopause weight gain, gut health, and metabolic resistance, a visionary for the future of self-care. After working 40 years in radiology, studying the body's internal connection through a radiographic lens, Lisa has integrated a certification as a holistic health coach to better serve women in their post-reproductive series of life self-care. Life is a craft, getting to the real root cause of why the body is malfunctioning and correcting those root causes to reclaim and be boss of their own bodies. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Lisa Vasquez.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, One Woman. And first, I'd truly like to thank our Heavenly Father. Today, I ask with all this wonderful knowledge and collaborations from all these inspired souls that we soak our hearts with all this knowledge that it absorbs and just sustains in us and restores us to something more than what we started out before this morning began. So, hello, and I am so excited to be here. My whole journey at this point has been working with women nonstop in mammography. I visit with over at least 300,000 women at this point from all walks of life. I understand so much internally, so my program and what I'm building business on is called Internal Connections. One is all about women and the other is female forward for my young gals. My whole mission is to ultimately inspire and educate and retool women for this new world that we're living in, to empower survival and to really ensure that everything that you use, we all have our own superpowers. They are all within us. We need to understand the music and the rhythm that we live on and learn how to drive our vehicle through life. So I love the word internal connections because it takes me onto the whole inside of the body. I enjoy this so much. So today I want to speak on spiritual well-being. All these great speakers I've heard, I mean, just seeing the correlations and how we all collaborate. I mean, Nadine, you know, having a publisher that has catapulted her. I enjoyed that moment in time. Unique with her faith over fear, walking through that. It's all about that spiritual realm, the soul, making your soul happy. And so bringing light into someone's darkness is such a joy for me. I've been in my spiritual walk since I was 6 years old when I first met God. And as I developed, by 15, I really started using some of that powerful insight by taking it in at 15 and creating, as today, I am an author, which was something that, again, like Nadine, didn't see that coming, but I was allowed to collaborate with 24 other beautiful women that inspired joy, life wounds, healings, business, crossroads where women, sometimes we fall back and forget how to spring back up because we feel like that road and that highway has disconnected and it's been so far apart that how do we reconnect it? Well, that's what the name of our book is called, Becoming an Unstoppable Woman. And I am just so honored to be a part of that. I mean, because we are just ordinary women living extraordinary lives because we're all in our spirit. Talking on the soul, talking about soul health, soul well-being, the spiritual well-being. When we look at health and well-being, physically is the first thing that always comes to mind. It's very hard to really just start thinking that your soul could be sick, that your spirit is not strong, that it's not recognized. It's not recognized until, unfortunately, something really breaks down, and then you're really reaching to try to download into a higher space to help heal and bring that health back out of us. So I wanted to talk about, and this is in Deuteronomy 8, chapter 8, verses 2 and 3, and it talks about how the nutrition, as a health coach, feeding us just as food, you have healthy food and you have crap food. Life in our spirits, we have a good life, and happy life is not something that we can wear or we can drive through to or go pick up. It all comes from having that happy, making your spirit happy, making that soul happy. And when I talk about that spirit, there's that weakness that also exists. This weakness that exists can turn into and show up as anger, as resentment, as family conflicts, as everything going downhill in life, where a lot of times it's not recognized because it's not recognized because we don't even know sometimes that we're captive in all this. This is just our ongoing ways of living. I grew up in Chicago's South Side. I had to travel and escape a lot of wilderness. And with all of us, nobody escapes wilderness. Nobody. We all have to walk through some broken glass and feel that pain under our hearts. It hurts, it brings tears, and then joy does come back. We do get restored. And this is called bounceology. In general, I would be using a tennis ball because we all know about a tennis ball and see how bad it gets beaten up on the court, right? I mean, it takes a lot of hits, right? And sometimes you'll see in the tennis court, some of them are broken in half. They just collapse. I mean, hard to restore that. But those tennis balls that are really strong, after they've had a big long game, they still take a big bounce and they bounce even higher. And from all these stories we just heard, you've just heard confirmation of how when we restore from our inside, how inside pushes back because the external has no strength. It's the inside. The longest journey we will ever travel is from our brain to our heart, fighting those emotions, getting clarity through our heart. And this is where spiritual well-being is so important, to be nurtured and nourished. And the only nourishment of that source, of course, that food comes from God. And that's in the living word. I mean, that living word can present so much in bringing light to our hearts and understanding the paths that we're on. I wasn't always on the path. I had to go through a lot of broken glass. I had to go through a lot of pain. I had to go through a lot of unhealthy, imbalanced lifestyles as I nourished through this before becoming a health coach. I like to study myself in action a lot as I'm living life. And now, in my 6th decade, as I'm coming into the first part of it this new year, the 6th decade has taught me through health coaching, functional medicine, and metabolic renewal, understanding that journey of that imbalanced life that I had, especially after 20s when it all hit and broke out. 30 years old, I became 163. Okay, that was great. And then, of course, you run to different diets. And as we all know, as the other health coach said, diets don't work, but you don't know that yet because you're only 30 years old and you just want to try to reform back to what you were. So then you continue that journey. And now you've lost the weight. And now I got married and marriage came in and then we're living in all this bliss. And there you go on that nourishment thing again, imbalance, love, and love on that blissful life. You're eating and dining and having fun. And now I turned 173 pounds. And boy, that's when I had to reach for a coach. I was with the personnel, working with a girl who won a makeover. And when she came back after those 8 weeks or whatever it was, she was made over. So I was like, wow, that coach, I never had a coach. So I hired the coach and he really taught me things. And in that journey, he even had me write a book I am one to journal my whole life. I've always journaled. I love reflecting back in that. I love reading what was said then and where I'm at now and how all those passages connect. So he had me journal every week for 14 weeks. And within those 14 weeks, I journaled and I animated pictures. And that created this book of a wellness little kingdom. So that was my original journey when I met my publisher, was to create a book on me. Then during that time, I met a community that was offering a collaboration of 25 women. And this is how I became into the book of Becoming Unstoppable. And with all those journeys that I went through, they were all divinely designed, because a lot of that I didn't see coming. Planted seeds in my lifetime, and I thought I was going to explode in mammography. I thought I was going to be clinical instructor. I thought I was going to stay in healthcare and do all these cool things, because the tree just began to grow. So at 20 years old, I planted a seed, and I asked God in that journey if he can help me have a second life, because I've noticed people that have been in this field and how life has taken over on their external balance. I mean, you know, some of them were just like it was just crazy. And I was like, okay, if I'm going to be in this, can I get a second chance? And well, in 2018, that was all answered. And he had me integrate, where I became the holistic health coach. Bringing that all around on the spiritual well-being was all about going in to not go without. And this is what my chapter is named. If I do not go within, I'll go without. Journey through, and as we journey through life, there's so much that we see on the outsides, and that's why in God's realm he says, don't look at what you're seeing. What you see inside here is what's the importance of where you need to be going. So it's like covered snow, like a blanket on top of this pain that we're seeing. We all have to pass through it. Have to try to look underneath and see what visions do we have for ourselves. Where is it we wanted to take ourselves? Because this pain and this obstruction of life on this road that's trying to hold us back is part of that bounceology of the restoration. Because when we have been battered down like that, that's when the whispers of evil come in and start saying, that's it, you're done. It's not happening. You're not going where you think you're going. None of that's going that way. And it's not true. That's what bounceology is all about. Being restored, knowing that when you go inside, it's going to restore on the outside, and it's going to be even more beautiful than you thought. I mean, we all live in a garden and we all planted seeds. But the big thing is, seeds have already been planted. They were planted before you were even born. It was all anointed before you were even born. God had already built all the tools inside you, the strength inside you. So say, for instance, we want to be leaders, right? So to be in leadership, the muscle you have to build is going through debates, going through challenges, going through understanding, going through pain, going through listening and really listening, being present. There's a lot of challenges to becoming a leader. So God had to prepare you with certain muscles on that adventure, ways that you were going to fall in, but you were going to get yourself out, because it's all already, the rhythm is in you. You already play all the music, and it's just about understanding that track. It's just about having a vision. And today, it's about waking you up to dream, to really dream that all those dreams that come to you in your vision of good, happy places you want to be. I mean, you can close your eyes now and imagine where you want to be. And those dreams are received up into the cosmos, and God hears them. And then you try to connect and see how close you come into those dreams. And it just becomes amazing. And that's building your spiritual strength. That's where you're finding that happiness that lives inside. The one you can't wear, the one you can't go to. Only one happiness that you can find is inside. The spirit of that music is happiness. And then on the downside, when you're eating crap food, you see how destructive that is on the body. People gain weight, people have so many health imbalances, as the health coach was discussing, Paula, I think her name was, you know, the diabetes, the high blood pressure, all those different things. A lot of crap food is body sabotage. Body doesn't know what to do with it. It's like, okay, what is this? Because there's nothing in there to nourish my cells. I gotta throw it to the storage. I gotta throw it out in the garbage because I'm waiting for her to give me something that's going to nourish my cells, energize me, enlighten me, blow me up, to bring clarity, drinking that water, living in clear waters, planting an oasis in this beautiful treasure chest inside the body, planting an oasis, all dry, all dead, tumbleweeds going by inside. There's no water, living in sewage water. Sometimes I just don't get how people don't love water, because we are water, but they don't. And the sewage that we live in is going through your whole body, through your brain, through everything. And all that mud, the body's pulling from different things to help you nourish from something that's in there that looks like water. But again, drinking water really is what fulfills everything that can make you who you are. You need nourishment. The food of the soul is the same thing. We want to bring in all that goodness. We want to make our goals full of love. We want to concentrate on the individual's needs. We want to know what it is, because we're not here to impress. We're here because we want less. That, I just want to send you on your way full of peace in the Lord's grace as one woman. We all collaborate and create a world of living life and spiritual well-being. Thank you for having me. Lisa Vasquez.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much for sharing all of your wisdom. I'm going to do another door prize before we get into our next amazing speaker for today. So our next door prize winner is Alzonia Chalice. So Alzonia, I have your address. You don't have to email it to me because you just sent me your 100 Most Powerful Women questionnaire and I just snuck it off of there. So you can watch for your beautiful handmade prize made by a woman in Uganda in the mail this week. So I'm still got another prize that I want to do before the end of the day. So if you haven't entered in for the door prizes yet, just drop me an email, which is info@onewoman.ca, and we'll get you entered in for the door prize still to come. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today. We have Dr. Natalie Lillavoy. Natalie, are you there? If you want to turn on your sound and your video.
I am here. Let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, we sure can. What a beautiful background.
Thank you.
How are you today, Natalie? And where are you joining us from?
I am well. I'm joining you from Long Island, New York.
Woohoo! Long Island, New York. Fantastic.
It's cold. It's about 18 degrees.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Well, like I said, I'm in Alberta, Canada. Although it's kind of nice. I'm sitting right outside my patio and I opened the door and I thought, this is tolerable. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Right.
It's 35 where I get a little cranky.
Okay.
So I will. That's right. I will introduce you, Natalie, and then you can take it away. So Dr. Lillavoy is the CEO founder of Sahara Crown Inc., a premier educational consulting company that provides support, curriculum, and guidance through workshops, presentations, and webinars. Its mission is to empower families of color with the educational and financial information, resources, and tools they need to build a strong legacy for their future. Dr. Lillavoy has been an educator for 34 years as a teacher, principal, and direct administrator. She is an author, speaker, coach, wedding officiant, and the curator, executive producer of TEDx Deer Park. Dr. Lillavoy is an active member of organizations that reflect her passion and commitment to women of color and youth. Please welcome the amazing Dr. Natalie Lillavoy.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that. We're gonna do something a little different. We'd like to get everybody up and maybe getting a little excited about my talk, 7 Steps to Respect Women Leaders. And who better to do that than the incomparable Aretha Franklin. the beginning of time, women have made great contributions to humanity. For example, Queen Hatshepsut was the first female pharaoh in the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, known as Kemet. Hatshepsut, whose name means foremost of noble ladies, was the longest reigning female pharaoh in Kemet. During her 21 years, she was a prolific builder and commissioned numerous projects in Upper and Lower Kemet. She also established trade networks that resulted in building the wealth of the 18th dynasty. Her reign was a remarkable time of peace and prosperity for the dynasty. Another example is Het Heru, one of the oldest known goddesses in ancient Egypt. Het Heru, also known by her Greek name Hathor, was the goddess of love, beauty, cheerfulness, music, and dance. The Temple of Hathor stands to this day in Egypt. She was known as the mistress of the sky and the mistress of the stars, and her Egyptian name, Het Heru, can be translated as "my house is the sky," representing her as the place or the goddess womb from which the sun god Horus is born each day. Or take Queen Ahotep. She reigned as the regent after the king died in battle with the Hyksos to the north, and her son was too young to rule. Thebes needed strong leadership to deal with the threat of a Hyksos invasion, and Ahotep proved up to the challenge. Menaced by the Hyksos to the north, Ahotep faced a threat from the south as well, from Nubia, that had formed an alliance with Hyksos to conquer Thebes. There is historical evidence for her important role in defending her kingdom, including military honors found in her grave. In the temple at Karnak, there is a commemorative monument called the Stela that describes her significance. She governs vast numbers of people and cares for Egypt wisely. She has attended to its army. She has looked after it. She has forced its enemies to leave and united descenders. She has pacified Upper and Lower Kemet and made the rebels submit. Why is this important? Because when a woman discovers who she truly is, her potential is limitless. I believe it is imperative that we recognize the richness of our past to achieve our full potential and proceed into our future. The Adinkra symbol of Sankofa is an aphorism that tells us we must go back to our roots, gather what the past has to teach us, and bring it forward to realize our fullest potential in the present and build for the future. So the R in respect starts with recognizing who you are and realizing your potential. Sometimes we just have to remind people of who we are. We have to educate them. So the E is for educate. Here's an example. I developed a project at work that evolved into an annual exhibit of our students' artwork at a local hotel, with an exhibit opening every fall for the artists and their parents. When I went to include it in my annual appraisal, it was flagged and I was told it was a male colleague's project. Excuse me? Needless to say, I was speechless, but not for long, because, well, sometimes you need evidence. I had a collection of email correspondence and notes from meetings detailing my work on the project. Several years ago, at the Leadership Summit in Washington, DC, Victoria Medfeg, founder of and executive director of the Center for Executive Women at Northwestern University, said, "Speak your value out loud. It will not become known through osmosis. Ask for what you deserve and do not stop at no." How do we accomplish this goal? By building a strong legacy of future leaders in our young women and girls. We are their role models and we must develop leadership in them. You might say, yes, we could have guessed that the S in respect might stand for strength, but let me tell you, your strength comes from being smart and strategic. You have to create your own power. In the Merriam-Webster dictionary, power is defined first as the ability to act or produce an effect. Second, as the possession of control, authority, or influence over others. And third, as physical might or political control. However, in our society, the definition of power has been inverted, where physical might, political control, and authority come first. Let's fix that. As you can see with the Egyptian queens, women are masterful at making decisions, determining appropriate actions, and producing a positive effect. Understand what true power really is. And while we are on that subject, let's move on to the next concept for the letter E. Women must empower each other, not only with the keys to the doors of opportunity, not only with the keys to the doors of opportunity, but with the tools to build new doors, break glass ceilings, and reach higher heights. Because there are no limits when you recognize your power. It's already within you, waiting to be unleashed. We are not in competition with each other. Each of us has unique gifts and talents. We may operate in the same space, but what you bring to that space is your authentic self. I can't be you. You have lived a different life than I have. You have different lived experiences, different background, education, skills, and beauty that I just don't have. Each of you is exceptional in your you-ness. So what comes next? Well, besides the letter C, next is confidence. Believe in yourself. Take the time to get to know you. What are you good at? What are your dreams? What are your challenges? What do you want? Female entrepreneurship statistics for 2021 show that women own 31% of small businesses or franchises in the US. So you are in good company. So go do that thing. And the T is for time and talent. You have to recognize that it's going to take time, but you must be persistent in the pursuit of the things that will give you joy. Use your talents. I read an article called "We Ask Men to Win and Women Not to Lose." Think about that for a minute. Just the perception that gives across in terms of what we ask in the corporate world. And the article's subtitle was "Closing the Gender Gap in Startup Funds." And despite that title, they found that female founders deliver higher profits. They're more likely to run their business in a socially responsible way. And because they are more driven by ideas than money, they are a better bet for long-term success. We must continue to organize our queendom and galvanize our efforts towards the common goal of greatness. It is the very combination of our diverse experiences that will synergize and create success for all. It is time to renew our efforts, restore our feminine power, and demand the respect we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie. Sorry, my mouse wasn't working there and it started to scare me. It wouldn't come up back up on the screen.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate that. And
yes,
I can
thanks for sharing. And for those of you who haven't registered, if you're an empowered member of One Woman, make sure you go and register for Dr. Natalie's webinar later this month. As I mentioned in her bio, she's a curator of a TEDx event in, is it Deer Park? Is it, Natalie,
Yes.
one that you do? Yes. So she's going to teach us all the tips and tricks for applying. And, you know, so many women have that goal of stepping onto a TEDx stage. And so she's going to share all of her wisdom with us later this month. So make sure you apply for that and, sign up for that. And I'll share the link in the chat as well for that. So thank you again, Dr. Natalie, for sharing all that with us today.
Thank you.
Awesome. Next up, we have the beautiful Lyra Kay. Lyra, I know where you're joining us from. It doesn't take much of looking at those gorgeous sunny skies and palm trees behind, but I won't be a spoiler of the, I'll let you reveal where you're joining us from today. Can you hear me okay, Lyra?
Oh, yes. Hello. Okay, awesome.
Where are you joining us from today, Lyra?
I am joining you guys from Hawaii.
Yeah.
And it's the morning.
Oh, yes, it's early morning. I think,
guys. I'm just going to show you some. I've got some ocean over there. I don't know if you can see. There's ocean, and I'm just sitting on my lanai. This is what they call a porch.
Well,
okay.
I would rather be sitting on your porch than my porch right now, but that's okay. Maybe one day I'll get over there to see you.
Definitely, definitely.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Lyra, and then you can take it away. So Lyra Kay is an international best-selling author, speaker, and founder of 111 Healers Conference and the School of Inspired Life, a training center helping outstanding experts become world-class and high in demand. Lyra has been assisting people to transform their lives for over 30 years. Her students have been successfully growing their businesses, launching their own academies, schools, and certifications, elevating brands, charging 10 to 20 times as much as they charged before, and serving more clients, having freedom of time and money. After traveling the world with her 5 daughters, her and her husband, with her 5 daughters and her husband, Lyra is currently living and working in, as we said, the beautiful Hawaii. So please welcome the one and only Lyra Kay.
Hello, everybody. I am super excited to be here, guys. I am going to talk about something very special today. Everything I'm going to be presenting is new, because I love creating ideas and bringing new methodologies and therapies into this world. This is my brilliance. And as I've been going through most amazing transformation in the past 2 years, I had, of course, come up with some amazing methodology for healing trust issues. We're going to talk about why is it so important to have to restore that trust, that faith translates into faith in yourself, in people, and in your work. And also discovered some interesting meta models that I teach now that help people to overcome depression and anxiety. And you can imagine that in some kind of small scale, I would say I had gone through this in the past 2 years as well. So it's been Hawaii had been the most transformational time for me. So let's begin from where it began. So about 2 years ago, maybe more than 2 years ago, guys, whenever pandemic started, that was my kind of a turning point. Collective was, we all kind of went into some kind of fear, chaos. I mean, I felt it, sort of personally very strongly. And just like any transformational leader or healer with responsibility to do the work, I was kind of at the trenches there doing teaching. How can we pivot our businesses? What kind of message we can bring in? And, sort of worked with that. This is, of course, Charlotte, beautiful Charlotte. I remember how you advised me on 111 Healers Conference when I just started it, and you said, Lyra, it's gonna go big. Do something. So I remember I was like, okay. So I kind of started reorganizing my business. And somewhere in the middle of that, my husband was laid off job. I was actually still in California at the time. And we as our collective, my little family, we felt lost. And we went into like, where should we go? What should we do? And, kids were Zoom, I call it Zoom schooling. It was just kind of very unpleasant experience. We were all stuck. We lost connection with my friends, with my family. My 5 daughters, 3 of them were already out of the house, and we were just kind of like stopped all the visits and all of those things on the lockdown. And we felt like we can go anywhere. We found the good in that situation. We went to Hawaii just to escape what was going on. And of course, when we came here, it was, the energy of this place is transformational. So I'm just going to tell you, many people had told me they experienced the same very dramatic transformations when they come to Hawaii. So for me, it was definitely the case. So lots of things happened. And at some point, as I was coaching my clients, as Charlotte said, yes, I help them to go from, for example, selling the coaching at $100 per hour to going to sell $100,000 programs. And one of my clients just did that sale, and it was an interesting process, and I walked her through it. And at the same time, I felt complete. So that was a very interesting internal experience when I felt like I'm done. And all of the stuff that I teach to people about having your spiritual mission and taking care of your inner child, for myself, my inner child suddenly became very present to me. Even though I've been doing my work since I was 17 years old. So now it's 33 years, and worked with thousands of people around the world. My first workshop was at 17 years old, where, with hundreds of people and then thousands of people. So it's just something I've been always on, my mission. But my inner child was craving validation. And this is what I realized when I got in a kind of my own personal top. I've realized that my inner child just got everything she ever wanted. She got this validation, but now what? And I tell you, that was a scary moment. For me, that was scary because I was always driven by my work. And suddenly I had zero interest. It just disappeared just like that. And I remember sitting there, that was before we moved to this beautiful house, my dream house. We were living on the north shore of Oahu. The surfing was on, the huge waves, very dramatic. I was experiencing those beautiful ocean healings from under the, under the full moon and all of that very magical experience, and trying to find my drive. I was trying to find where my energy is gone, because I was scared that what am I without my work? So I'm just going to tell you, what am I without my work? In one of my books, I write that, what are you without your wounds? So in a way, it was like that, because if my drive was to validate myself, then now I don't have that wound. I had healed naturally through all my success. So what's next? So there I was in my cocoon, trying to figure this out. So actually today, when I was thinking, what shall I give to people? I was thinking, spontaneously, I'm just going to share something that I've written for myself. It's called, I called it Smart Woman Manifesto. And I started sharing it on social media already. Many of you know, you've seen those little smart women sort of quotes, and you love it, I know. And I'm just literally sharing what I had to take account of. What am I? What had I done? And I know so many women can relate. They feel the same. And I call it Smart Women Manifesto because my little thing was that I wasn't smart enough. I wasn't good enough or something like that, whatever I was told when I was a kid. So basically, I was going with this, trying to build myself back. And what I realized, that you build yourself back, not from the ruins, but from the top, right? My sabotaging pattern was always to start again. So I've lived in 5 different countries. I have 5 kids. Every time I was settled, every time I felt at peace and accomplished, I would do something next. And suddenly I realized, and it gives me chills now, because this is when I found that I restored the trust in my work, because my work, my mission was communicating with me and telling me, Lira, don't redirect, don't start some new stuff, go deeper, go higher, go further with what you've got. And I want to give that to you. If you are in a place where you had achieved everything, at least I ticked all my boxes. I just, another day, accidentally came across of my vision board and literally it said the year that I'm going to be in my dream house on the ocean. So that is the year. That was a year ago. So yeah, it's definitely came true. So now where are you gonna go from there? That's a big question. So for me, it was building upon something that I already have. Listen to the voice of your mission, to the voice of your work, and let it lead you. And it's going to lead you deeper inside yourself. It's not going to lead you some other places outside of you. It's going to lead you deeper. Because if you had achieved everything on the outside, you want to get to the next level of you. So I want to share very quickly 3, I would say maybe most important lessons that I learned and reconnected with, and give you an interesting exercise as well. And I've been teaching it here from the, from the beach, from the, I was sitting there on the rocks in the North Shore, and it came to me, this is how you restore that faith in your work. If you had lost it, maybe you've lost faith in yourself, maybe you've lost faith in people, maybe you've been hurt in your life. So it's relevant not just for your work and business, but it's relevant for your private life as well. So number 1, so lesson number 1 I want to share with you is that your life is more important than your work. And I know that it's very hard to believe if you've been doing your work and if you've been on your mission your whole life, it's very hard to believe that there is something more that you somehow need to take care of yourself. And I know it's a cliche, but you know, I've been taking great care of myself my whole life, but there is a next level of that. There is a next level of that that talks about really going deeper. And for me personally, Hawaii is the place where I restore that energy. I find I'm a big introvert, actually. I work with a lot of people, but I love being alone, and I restore my energy through nature. So I'm going right there or to the beach and just bathe in the ocean every day, twice a day, to just get that energy back, right? To recharge. It's important to recharge and create that lifestyle. This is, of course, Charla knows, this is why I teach business and high-end business in particular, and charging a lot for your work, because I believe that you as a healer, as a leader, have responsibility to your work to be at your best. And that will require you to have a very good lifestyle on a very practical level. So you have to reorganize how you do the work. I call it Aquarian business model, is when you teach the masses unconditionally for free, and you work with few really, really exclusive clients at, you know, 6-figure point, for example, like as I teach my clients to do. So the tip number 2, lesson number 2, I would say, and I mentioned that, restore faith in yourself, in people, and your work. So really, most, you know, celebrities I work with who are big transformational leaders, many of them are celebrity therapists. So I've kind of given up on doing this psychoanalysis, even though I love it, or traditional psychotherapy with them. And what I do instead, I show them how to work with nature to restore that faith, that trust. And this is something that I've started doing for myself, and I want to gift it to you. I've actually heard it from somewhere else. I cannot remember now the name of the, you know, teacher who said that, but I'm just, you know, passing this wisdom. It's about watching the sunset. When you watch the sunset, so I prescribe all of you guys who want to reignite that belief in yourself and the universe, God, people as well, is to go and watch the sunset 7 nights in a row. Because what it does, it brings you that stability, that certainty about things being being manifested in its own way. Because as you know, sun goes down and inevitably tomorrow it's going to go up again. And this is a most magical moment. And I want you to experience that just physically, practically, and see your faith restore, because our faith in other people or God or universe actually stems from our belief in ourselves. We are projecting it onto the world. So it's very important that you begin with yourself. Where is your faith? So I found it in watching the sunset on the North Shore of Oahu here, watching the waves, watching the surface, and watching the sunset. And I shared the whole series of, you know, 7 nights, 7 sunsets in Hawaii with people. And that was very powerful, very cathartic experience for many people. So the lesson number 3 is don't build on the ruins. Build from where you are actually coming from. Remember your roots. Remember what you had already achieved. Most of you here, just like myself, are probably self-made women. You outgrown everything you were given from the start. You outgrown your parents, you outgrown your environment many times maybe. And right now, even though temptation, maybe for people like myself, who are very creative, very expansive, fiery kind of people, is to just have this, I leave it all behind and I just go and I just cut my hair and I just, you know, do some new things. But actually, I invite you to lean into deeper work of what you've already done, because that is where the true brilliance actually is. It's in your gifts, the gifts that are going to get realized at the higher level. So, like I said, the Smart Woman Manifesto is just a start, is when you just acknowledging everything you've got. Also on that page that I just literally created yesterday, I put in a workshop I did for 7, 8, 9-figure entrepreneurs who are, you know, going to the next level. Can you imagine? They have next level grandiose ideas, and they also have fears just like we do. And they can also feel depleted, and they can also feel stuck sometimes. And so and you will see me coach, you know, each of them. And of course, they talk about transformations they already created from some previous workshops, but this one is about going deeper with spiritual gifts. So I'm not going to go into that. I'm sure even with Charla here at the event, I spoke about spiritual gifts before, but you will have a whole workshop with examples, with practical examples of how I actually help people to lean into that very special, very unique abilities that you have that will completely transform your work and transform your life, because that's what's coming. So I will drop the link at the, you know, in the chat, and I hope that you will enjoy it. And of course, get connected with me anytime. I would be very, very happy to chat with you, speak with you, you know, see you in my world. I'm sending you guys lots of love, and thank you, Charlotte, for organizing this most amazing event.
Thank you, Lyra. Thank you for all your inspiration and wisdom. As always, Lyra is no stranger to the Fearless stage. She spoke on live events. She spoke on our Fearless virtual events. But I also want to mention that if you are a speaker and you're looking for another powerful stage to speak on, her 111 Healers Conference is a great platform to also be able to speak and share. So Lyra will drop her links in the chat. Make sure you connect with Lyra as well. So gosh, we're off to our final speaker for the day, which I can hardly believe we're already at our final speaker for the day. The day just flew by, but I did do one final door prize for today. And our last door prize winner is Caitlin, Caitlin, our 100 Most Powerful Women, Caitlin. So Caitlin, I found your mailing address in my 100 Most Powerful Women file. So gosh, I addressed all those, and ladies, congratulations who won today. I'm going to drop all those in the mail today. So hopefully I'll have them in the next week or two, depending on the speediness of Canada Post. So Nicola, if you want to turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Nicola.
Hi there, Charlotte.
Aren't you looking radiant and gorgeous today, as always?
Oh, thank you so much. At least it's a reasonable hour now.
Yes, exactly. I try to plan the day because I know our ladies are all over the place, from like Lyra in Hawaii, you in New Zealand, you know, we had women from Turkey and UK and all over the place. So I'm always trying to strategize so that nobody's having to wake up in the middle of the night. But yeah, Nicola's joining us from, you're in Auckland, New Zealand. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, Auckland.
Auckland, yes. So I will introduce you, Nicola, and then you can take it away. So a mother, an author, a mentor, an inspirational speaker. Nicola was trained as an accountant. She has lived for 3 decades in Indonesia, Hong Kong, USA, Scotland, and now in New Zealand. When her son Thomas contracted meningitis, leaving him with lifelong challenges, Nicola's life took on a whole new meaning. Being an adventurous soul, she searched the world to fix her son, and in doing so learned and studied many techniques and teachings. She now sees her experiences as priceless gifts, making a difference, not only for herself and for her son, but also for others. Her books are Trust Life's Journey and Communication His Way, with the 3rd in process. Please welcome the beautiful and amazing Nicola Irving.
Imagine waiting 24 years for your first ever full encompassing hug from your child. Not one of those stiff as a board hugs, but one of those hugs where your heart meets and you can really feel the person. Just imagine waiting 24 years. On the 3rd of November, 2021, I received my first ever full encompassing hug from my son, Thomas. And I can't stop thinking about it. Why? I felt my son like I've never felt him before. That unconditional love of a mother and child, that divine embrace of God, the full acceptance, respect, and love for who he is and for who I am. What this has done for me has reinforced how important it is to be in this moment. Not worrying about the past or the future, but right here, right now, in this moment, being fully present to this moment. You know, in the past, I would have missed moments like this. This hug has been a gift to me, and it has reinforced how important it is to be present. What gifts could you be missing because you're not present in your life from your loved ones? Why is this incredible? Why did I have to wait 24 years? Well, let me give you some background. I had a dream, you know, that ordinary, typical dream of a family in a lovely picture frame, black and white photo. I was there, my husband was there, 2.4 children, a cat, a dog, a beautiful home, and a white picket fence. You got the picture. How I saw that 0.4 of a child, I have no idea, but they were there. Think back to the image you had of your family and what it would be. How would your children be? As I moved along from life with that dream, I had a husband. I had one child. I was thinking about the next child. I had all the material things I desired. I thought I was living life to the fullest. Until the 1st of July, 1998, that dream was shattered. A parent's worst nightmare. Thomas had contracted bacterial meningitis, and he was fighting for his life. This meningitis left him with numerous lifelong challenges, including deafness, epilepsy, and left-sided hemiplegia. In those moments, I wondered about what my son would do. Would he graduate? Would he be able to live independently? Would he be able to make an impact in the finance world like his father and myself? And what about me? What would I do? There are things that Thomas can't do that I dreamed of. Yes, it was because of the meningitis, but it was also because of me. I expected so much from him, myself, and from others. That expectation came from a place of fear, unresolved challenges, and my general conditioning in life. I'm here to tell you, don't overconsume yourself with the expectations. Don't go into life with preconceived ideas of how it's meant to be. Otherwise, you will wait 24 years for that true connection that you truly desire, that love, that joy, that heart of your son. For years, I was numbed out. I didn't actually know how to feel. What's that? I thought. What is that I'm feeling? I had no idea what I was feeling. I guess I was living in shock. My mind was scrambling round and round and round and full of fear. And you know what? Life's a serious business, you know? You've got to get out there and achieve, make a difference. And you've got to fix. No time for fun or play. Yet I felt I was coping. I felt, I was feeling. I thought being a super mum was what I needed to do in order to fix my son. Over the past few decades, yes, there's been a few, I've been exploring many different techniques, practices. Many of them have become the essential part of my self-care, my daily self-care. These practices and this hug have awakened me to the most important thing about living. It's about being present to this moment and knowing that I can live again. I realized that Thomas wasn't the one that needed fixing. It was me. I needed to stop. So often Thomas would do this to me, stop. You know, it could be a hi, mum. It could be, yay, mum, you're celebrating. But when Thomas went, it was stop. I needed to stop and take stock so that I could really move forward with what I wanted to do in life. I needed to make sense of the world. And I'm not talking about the dollars and cents. I needed to understand the world. Trained as an accountant, as Charla said, I made sense because 1 and 1 equals 2. Yeah, it makes sense, right? But if you're a mathematician and a finance person, that did make sense. But you know, life isn't maths or finance. Life offers you so much more than that. Sorry to you mathematicians and finance people, there is more to life than maths and finance. Has it been easy? No. Has it been graceful? Definitely not. Has it been challenging? Yes, yes. Has it been worth it? Yes, I would not change a thing. It has led me to where I am, right here, right now, living my fullest life. The simple things in life are so important. They can make the greatest change, just like this hug. Did you know that the research says that hugs release the love endorphins, the love hormones? They say 4 hugs a day for survival. They say 8 hugs for maintenance. They say 12 hugs per day for growth. But do you know what? I got 1 hug, and this is going to remain with me for the rest of my life. It was a hug of a lifetime. It doesn't matter what's happening in your life. You can actually learn to live again. You can pick yourself up. You can move forward. Or perhaps you're thinking you're living a full life, your fullest life, but you know deep down that you're not. When you finally realize that you're not living your fullest life, know that you can learn to live again. You can live your fullest life. I had to learn to live again. And that meant I needed to accept, respect, and love Thomas for who he is. And at that same time, I needed to overcome my fears, especially speaking in public, and my introverted tendencies, so that I could get my message out and live my fullest life. You can live again. You can live your fullest life. What do you need to overcome in order to live your fullest life? In the beginning, I asked you to imagine what it would be like to wait 24 years for a full, encompassing hug. Actually, this way. This was what the hug was like. Had I not been present and living in the moment, I would have missed the gift of this hug. As a direct experience of my life journey and this hug, I finally accepted all I needed to accept, that I need to live in this moment and that I can learn to love again. I co-wrote a song, and guess what the title is? Learning to Live Again. It inspires me. I hope it inspires you.
Falling, I've been falling. My eyes won't let me sleep. Calling, I've been calling. This card has gone so deep. I lost my hope, I lost my mind, I left myself so far behind. Learning to live, learning to love, knowing that what I have is enough. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. Broken, I've been broken. The rivers that I've cried. Hoping, I've been hoping, my love would turn the tide. I'm still battered, I'm still bruised, but now it's time to cut me loose. Learning to live, learning to love, knowing I'm more than I ever was. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. All the pain and all the cost, all the faith that I had lost, all the times I couldn't face the day, all the scars and all the wounds, the falling stars and paper loons will turn to dust and slowly fade away. I accept what I can't know, so now it's time to let you go. Learning to live, learning to love, knowing I'll have what I'm dreaming of. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. I'm learning to live
just know that I will put in the chat these links if you would like to connect or buy the song, and know that the music video is on its way.
Nicola, oh my goodness, what a perfect way to end today. And I had to, I've heard the song before because Nicola is part of our 100 Most Powerful Women, but it's having a hard time keeping it together. And it's like, don't cry, Charla, you got to go on and wrap up the day. But it's such a beautiful testimony of just your journey. And I think it wraps it up for all of us, you know, because there's points in our life where we got to learn to live again and learn to love again. And just a beautiful way to wrap up today and inspire us to go confidently in the direction of our dreams. So Nicola's going to drop those links in the chat. If you want a copy of that beautiful song that was co-written by Nicola, you can get that. And she's going to put the links in the chat. For me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us. Not just listening to it, but paying attention for it. And most of all, acting upon it. Did you hear that still small voice today? I bet you did, as you were listening to all these amazing speakers sharing their fearless stories and what they've done because of it. I hope that it's inspired and empowered you to take the first right step, or maybe the next right step, in going confidently in the direction of your dreams. Maybe you heard an amazing speaker today that you want to connect with. Do that. That's what they came on here today, is to share with you, to connect with you, to empower you. They were here just for you. Don't hesitate to reach out to any of them to be able to connect, to ask questions, any of the great gifts that they gave away today. I want to just thank all of our amazing speakers today. They were absolutely spectacular. And that's what makes One Woman so special, is that it's a platform for every woman to shine and to be able to share their fearless stories. And perhaps next time we'll get to hear yours. So the only thing I'm going to ask of each of you watching today is that whatever stirred in you, don't leave it at your kitchen table, your desk, your living room couch, wherever you joined us from today, is to take that first right step and to know that everything you want is on the other side of fear. As I mentioned this morning, as the great Martin Luther King once said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase. Just take the first step. Knowing that you're divinely guided and supported by an army of women that make up One Woman that is cheering for your massive success. Feel free to reach out to us anytime. Mark your calendars for Saturday, March 26th, as we're online again for our next World Summit, as you're going to hear more inspiring and empowering stories of women around the world, or join us live at one of our upcoming events. As I mentioned, our next Fearless Summits are coming up in San Jose and San Francisco, and there's amazing women coming from right around the world. So I want to thank everyone, especially for watching on a Saturday. You spent this time on you. And as many of our speakers talked about today, as the importance of self-care, that it all begins with you. And as you follow your passion, your purpose, fill your cup and give from a place that's overflowing, wow, it's going to be amazing to see what's going to happen over the course of the year. So thank you everyone for joining today, for our speakers who shared, and for those who spent their Saturday with us. We hope you had a super inspiring and empowering day. Feel free to reach out anytime. If you missed any of the links or connections, I'd happily connect you with any of the speakers that you heard from today. So have a fabulous rest of your Saturday, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye everyone.